Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, it is 4:30 on this happy purple Thursday. Look at that. Yeah, M&T lit up and taking you live there this morning as the Ravens are gearing up to take on Cincinnati Bengals. It's happening tonight. Currently Baltimore at the top of the AFC North, 7-3 record. Bengals sitting at the bottom, 5-4. Kickoff is at 8:15, and it's happening right here in Baltimore. Well, thank you for joining us on this Thursday morning, November 16th. Megan Gillen is off today. We want to start with meteorologist Justin Chambers, and of course, he's looking at the purple Thursday forecast.
We're going to have to say that all morning, Tom. Yeah, exactly right. And overall, looking good for tonight's game, albeit a little on the chilly side. And we're cool right now as we look outside from our Towson camera as well. Had a lot of that cloud cover that was hanging around yesterday, but we've cleared out nicely. So that's leading to some radiational cooling and temperatures that will drop into the 30s. 39 right now, Essex and Middle River over to Dundalk. 38 in Baltimore City, 39 currently in Brooklyn Park. So the weather story looks like this. A cool Thursday morning, sunny and warmer for the afternoon. A lot more sunshine today than yesterday, and temperatures that will warm up, and we're tracking at least a little bit of rain as we head into Friday. So on your morning drive, numbers stay in the 30s for the next couple of hours, but we do stay dry. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Well, developing this morning, an investigation underway after 4 people were shot along West Pratt and South Payson streets in Baltimore just after 9:30 last night. Officers were patrolling the area when they heard the gunshots. Well, they found 3 victims. They were taken to the hospital where one is in critical condition. The other 2 are listed as stable. When arriving at the hospital, police were told a 4th victim had walked in suffering non wearing black shirts that read "Ceasefire Now." Police said some members of Congress had to be evacuated from the area, but provided no additional details. Officials sent an alert to congressional staffers telling them no one would be permitted to enter or exit any House office buildings. Here in Maryland, political support and public funding are now at risk for a locally based nonprofit over what some are calling anti-Semitic rhetoric. The controversy started when CASA's executive director released this statement that you see on the right on the war in the Middle East. He writes, CASA has steadfast support for Palestine's relentless fight for freedom, and asserted that the organization wants the U.S. to stop sending money to Israel because it promotes violence. State and local leaders reacted to the controversial statement.
I was obviously hurt. I was surprised.
And for them to go ahead and, just come out and call for a genocide of Jews is pretty horrendous. Any group that's going to support a statement like the statement that they put out is clearly part of the problem here.
In response to the backlash, CASA releasing an apology, writing, they acknowledge their words have hurt people and will be doing further research to work to clarify the organization's values. This morning, more questions in Baltimore. If we should follow D.C.'s lead and declare a public emergency because of the youth crime. Still to come, Mayor Scott, mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon weigh in. Today, we are going to be warmer with more sunshine. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking for the temperatures for the Ravens game tonight. 4:38 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, where we're all local, all purple this morning.
Welcome back. 4:40 is your time right now on your Thursday morning. Obviously getting set. Today's actually game day because we'll have a game there coming up tonight at M&T Bank Stadium. Overall, our temps looking pretty good. In fact, we're going to be quite a bit warmer for this afternoon with more sunshine. So grab a jacket this morning, but you will not need it this afternoon. Have those sunglasses ready to go as well. And we're not tracking any rain, not until we get into Friday evening. Out for a run or a jog here to get that exercise going. Your jogging cast numbers in the 30s for the next few hours. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Well, now taking a look at what is happening around Baltimore. Baltimore City fire officials and the American Red Cross will be hosting an event celebrating its smoke alarm program. The group says the program has helped save more than 30 lives this year. The Baltimore City Council will be holding a meeting on the reported shortage of athletic trainers all across Baltimore City public schools. They'll also be discussing several vendors who say they have not been paid yet by the city's school system.
New COVID-19 variant is spiking across the country. It's known as HV1. I'm Liz Bonus. What are its symptoms and how to protect against it? Just ahead.
Well, this morning, Fox 45 is demanding transparency from City's Safe Streets program. Still to come, the questions we're taking directly to Mayor Scott and when he's answered and what we're still waiting for. But first, here is what is coming up on this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the economy in the face of new government budgets, plus how Americans may fare this holiday shopping season. A leading economist joins us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekday mornings from 6 to 9. 4:42, and you are watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning. .45, and let's think about this. Just before Thanksgiving holiday travel, the CDC is reporting a spike in one of COVID's most contagious variants yet. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares why it's raising some concerns.
Hey everybody, the spike coming from the new HV1 COVID-19 variant. It is highly contagious. Centers for Disease Control now says 1 in every 4 new cases coming from this variant, according to the latest data. The CDC reports it was just 0.5% a few months ago. Infectious disease specialists do consider it a grandchild of Omicron, which means the newest vaccine against COVID-19 should offer some protection against it. Dr. Carl Fichtenbaum of Ohio's University of Cincinnati College of Medicine says travel tends to be the one common link in those catching this newer variant.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we see this all across the world, and I think people keeping up with vaccination and our immunity keeping up to protect us, it's harder. So I think the best bet for most people is, get the newest COVID vaccination. That will give you, along with your own immunity, the best protection from severe disease. And what we're trying to do here is keep people out of the hospital, keep them from getting sick. And if I had a crystal ball and I knew exactly who was going to get sick, I could target this better. But unfortunately, we don't. And we see so many unfortunate stories where people come in and they're sicker than they probably really needed to be.
Now, its symptoms caused by infection with HV1 are similar to those with other variants: a sore throat, congestion, runny nose, cough, fatigue, headache, muscle aches, and fever or chills. If you do have any of these, take a home test for COVID-19. If it is positive, tell your doctor so you get the next recommended steps. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Back to you.
4:47, and this Thursday morning, the Ravens are resting out for their big Thursday night game against Cincinnati Bengals. The game will be played right here in Baltimore at M&T Bank Stadium. Kickoff 8:15. Record-wise, the Ravens, one of the NFL's best. They're at 7-3 and remain in the top spot in the AFC North. Cincinnati sitting at the bottom spot in that same division with a record 5-4. Both teams coming off losses this past Sunday. After tonight's game, the Ravens are off until Sunday night after Thanksgiving, November 26th. That's when they will travel to Los Angeles to take on the Chargers. Kickoff is at 8:20. A bye week follows that game. Then Baltimore returns home to take on LA Rams Sunday, December 10th at 1. The rest of December, 2 away games, 1 home game. First away game against the Jaguars. Second is on Christmas against the 49ers. Then New Year's Eve, the Ravens will be taking on the Dolphins right at M&T Bank.
Yeah, that game against the Rams is going to be here on Fox 45. That's the next time they're back at the bank in December. Interesting, they play both L.A. teams back-to-back, one in L.A. and then one here. So
back here, East Coast, West Coast.
East Coast, West Coast, exactly right.
Throwing some signs.
So today, or tonight, I should say, a lot of injuries on both sides of the ball. So we got to
that time of year, though. You know where you start seeing that.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully they can come away with the W tonight. And we'll be talking about a Victory Friday as opposed to a Purple Friday. It's a Purple Thursday this morning. Our Towson Cam, good morning to all of you. A few clouds kind of hanging around. We definitely had some of that cloud cover that was around yesterday, and a lot of those clouds have left the area, so we've got some radiational cooling that we're dealing with temperatures that are dropping into the upper 30s. So you definitely want a jacket as you're heading out here this morning. No wind to speak of at this time, officially 38 in Towson. So numbers over the next couple of hours in the mid to upper 30s here in your Rise and Shine cast. Enjoy some coffee and breakfast with us. We're live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. That sun comes up at 6:51. The average this time of year is 58. We made it to 60 yesterday, and we're going to add almost 10 degrees to those highs today with some mid to upper 60s. Eastern Shore, Stevensville up into Chestertown, the low to mid 60s there. 68 for you in Columbia and 69 downtown Baltimore. Even 70 in the district today. And if you're heading north up toward Philly or New York, see those numbers in the low to mid 60s. All in all, pretty nice fall afternoon. Now, notice what happens with our temperature tracker. We get another day tomorrow above average, but then those numbers fall off the cliff a little bit into Saturday and Sunday back down to the upper 50s, which is pretty close to average. It's not a huge drop off. Notice Monday's about the coolest day that we'll have over the next 7, and then those numbers will continue to kind of hang in the 50s through early next week. So everything is looking good here for your Thursday. Got a lot more sunshine. May see some areas of smoke coming in. That southerly wind will pull in a lot of that wildfire smoke that we're seeing from those wildfires in Virginia. So just be aware of that. Now heading toward tomorrow, we're going to warm up even a couple of degrees more before this cold front comes through. The rain is really not until after about 6, 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow night. And even then, we're not not talking about a lot of rain as the front passes through. We'll start off cloudy on Saturday morning, but by Saturday afternoon, a lot more sunshine and the breezy and cooler air will be in place. And then we stay dry as, as we head into the weekend. All right, so here's an update on your holiday countdown. Yeah, next Thursday is Thanksgiving, so 7 days away from right now. Hanukkah just about 3 weeks away. 5 weeks from today is the winter solstice, and now 39 days until Christmas. Here we go. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. So overall, looking good for the Ravens game tonight. As I mentioned, temperatures will be back down into the 50s for game time, but overall, a real nice couple of days here. Just a little bit of rain to get through. Notice Tuesday and Wednesday next week, it does get wetter as we got our next weather maker that we're tracking. Those are going to be on really busy travel days. We'll have to get through with a lot of that rain that's headed our way. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network here. And yeah, some of the cameras around the region in Baltimore showing wide open roads. Really nothing to report. Usual construction zones will be taking effect here or shutting down at 5 a.m. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA on a Purple Thursday. Good morning, Mark.
That's right. It's exciting. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now, light rail link is on time in both directions of that service. Metro subway on schedule, but expect perhaps an 8 to 10 minute delay on Metro after 6:30 this morning. Mark train showing no major delays at present, but the Penn line of Mark is operating on an R schedule today due to necessary track and switch repairs needing to be made on that line. The Camden and Brunswick lines of Mark are on a regular schedule. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Name-calling, elbows thrown, and threats of fights by U.S. lawmakers here on Capitol Hill. I'm Kayla Gaskins with a look at the conduct straight ahead.
Despite rising tensions, lawmakers on Capitol Hill are getting some work done. What they're supposed to be doing and what they should have done months ago, where the stopgap funding bill stands and what it entails. 4:52, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all .455 and taking you live to our nation's capital, where the Senate votes to pass the House stopgap funding bill, averting a shutdown and setting the stage for another budget fight in the new year.
On this vote, the yeas are 87, the nays are 11. The 60-vote threshold having been achieved, the bill is passed.
Well, President Biden is expected to sign the resolution and maintains current funding levels until January 19th for some federal agencies and February 2nd for others. The measure does not include any for Israel or Ukraine, which the president had requested. Lawmakers are expected to address those requests after the Thanksgiving holiday. Overall, tensions are rising on Capitol Hill among U.S. lawmakers. We have seen some name-calling, an alleged assault, and a challenge to a fistfight. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us now with all this fallout. Kayla.
It started with a he said, she said in a narrow hallway of the Capitol.
Got elbowed in the back, and it kind of caught me off guard because it was a clean shot to the kidneys, and I turned back, and there was Kevin.
Former Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy denying the allegation.
No, I did not elbow him. No, I would not elbow him.
Maybe it's time for Thanksgiving. You know, I think maybe everybody needs a little break here.
What you hope up here is we're talking about issues, and we're focused on, you know, how do we make this a better place for the American public?
The incident perhaps getting the most attention. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, a former MMA fighter, challenged a hearing witness to a fight.
Tweeted at me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me, any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution every poll?
No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator.
Some say these tiffs represent widespread pressures.
We're seeing an explosion of violence across the world, and that tension is manifesting itself right here in the halls of the Senate.
Arguing such behavior is not acceptable for the country's elected leaders.
We need to pay attention because kids pay attention, countries pay attention, the people in this nation pay attention. This is where we've got to stand up and be the adults in the room.
Representative Matt Gaetz filing a formal ethics complaint against former Speaker Kevin McCarthy for the alleged altercation with Representative Burchett, saying the matter deserves a swift and immediate investigation by the Ethics Committee. On Capitol Hill, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Well, jury deliberations begin in the federal trial of the hammer-wielding man accused of attacking Paul Pelosi in his home. David DePepe is charged with assaulting the immediate family member of a federal official and attempted kidnapping of a federal official, and his lawyers are not disputing that he assaulted then House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, but says his motivation does not equate to the charges that he's facing. They allege he was not seeking to attack Nancy herself because of her official duties as a member of Congress, so the charges do not fit. If convicted, he is facing more than 50 years in prison. Elsewhere in the DMV, all 11 members of Virginia's congressional delegation are calling for an investigation into the decision to award the FBI new headquarters to Maryland. Now, they claim the decision process was fueled by politics, saying a 3-person panel unanimously voted to award the headquarters to Virginia, but they were overruled by one person appointed by the General Services Administration. The delegation argues there is a conflict of interest since that person works for the group who owns the Greenbelt property.
Another Baltimore business is closing its doors, and many say it's because of juvenile crime. Coming up next, we'll hear concerns from the residents impacted by the crime.
D.C. is declaring a public emergency for juvenile crime, but Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott says that's not needed here. Coming up, the pushback he's receiving from those vying to unseat him.
And our temperatures are going to be warmer today with a lot more sunshine. We'll talk about how long this warming trend sticks around.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Purple Thursday, November 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly if you're headed to the game or maybe heading out to a friend's house, what you need to wear. I mean, obviously layers of Ravens gear.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yeah, those temperatures are going to come down tonight, but it's not going to be a really cold night here in Baltimore, which is definitely good because we're going to warm up as we head toward the afternoon. As you can see, the stadium all lit up and ready for the game a little bit later tonight. We're still, got what, 13, 14 hours away, something like that, 12, 13, 14, 15 hours. All right, here's your out the door cast. Grab a jacket this morning and make sure you have the sunglasses ready to go for you today because we'll have those bright, sunny skies. No need for the umbrella. Going to continue to stay rain-free and dry. Overall, on your jogging cast, out for a run or a jog, numbers staying in the 30s for the next couple of hours, so you'll definitely want to grab an extra layer if you're outside doing some of that exercise. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How we look on the roads, Tom?
Not bad at all. In fact, this Purple Thursday is looking great. If you're heading out the door right now to head into work or maybe a commute or maybe getting out of town for a long weekend, you got wide open roadways in your Len Stoller traffic network.
While Baltimore, like Liz, we've been dealing with similar issues, I want to be clear that I see no need to follow in her footsteps.
We've waited so long before we started dealing with this sooner, which we should have when we saw a trend.
This morning, Fox 45 News demanding answers from city leaders about what they plan to do about the soaring juvenile crime rates. In fact, Mayor Brandon Scott and his biggest challenger, former Mayor Sheila Dixon, and current mayoral candidate are split on if Baltimore should declare a public emergency, similar to what we just saw and what was done in D.C. this week by their mayor, Muriel Bowser.
This morning, we have team coverage on the demands for accountability across our area. Coming up in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be live with the local response to D.C.'s public emergency. But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is live as yet another city business is closing its doors, and many say it's because of juvenile crime. Olivia.
Yeah, Patrice, this Walgreens just behind me here in the 300 block of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard is now closed this morning. The pharmacy, though, will stay open until 3 this afternoon, just like that sign on the door there says. But yesterday was the last day of operations for the Walgreens, so starting later today, residents in this area will be without a pharmacy. Councilman Eric Costello addressed the closure during a hearing on stolen cars, and he says the store and pharmacy is closing because it's plagued with juvenile crime. Take a listen to what he said.
From DJS on November 15th. That will be the last day of operations of the Walgreens at 312 North MLK Jr. Boulevard, which has been plagued by juvenile crime, which means the communities I represent in Heritage Crossing and then Townsend and the Terraces in Northeast Poppleton will be without a pharmacy because collectively we haven't done enough to get this situation under control. So I want everyone to be aware of the impact of November 15th and why that's a very important date to me.
As you just heard, Councilman Costello is upset, and many of the residents he represents are going to be without a pharmacy. Walgreens has not confirmed juvenile crime is behind the store's closing, though, but others in the neighborhood also talked about the crime they see on a regular basis.
My community has been hit so hard from 2020 up until now with teenagers going crazy, and no one has done anything about them. They vandalism, Walgreens, MeQ, Center West.
Now, this Walgreens is just the latest Baltimore business to close because of crime. Others include Eddie's of Mount Vernon and Lidl. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, now we continue our team coverage with the local response to Washington, D.C.'s public emergency.
Shannon Lilly is live with more on reaction from Mayor Scott and mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon. Shannon?
Yeah, and right now, Tom and Patrice, those two are responding in completely opposite ways. We know that crime, juvenile crime here in our city is soaring, but Mayor Scott is insisting that the city is not in a state of emergency like D.C., and here's why.
Let's remember, everybody, that D.C. is a city that's governed differently than ours and any other city in the country. Essentially, D.C. is a city and a state at the same time. They control a whole manner of juvenile systems that we don't because we have the fabulous state of Maryland, like juvenile service, like social service, like CPS. All of those things are not under the preview of the mayor.
Young people need to have consequences?
So keep in mind, Mayor Muriel Bowser's declaration of a state of emergency in D.C. will allow them to expedite funds and coordinate mutual aid in order to combat the war on juvenile crime. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, Mayor Scott is insisting the city's rate of juvenile crime does not warrant a public emergency. But those vying to unseat the mayor insist that he is making a grave mistake here.
It's gotten out of control, and we've waited so long before we started dealing with this sooner, which we should have when we saw a trend. When we saw 5 cars being stolen or 5 carjacks, we should have gotten on it and figured out what we needed to do to stop it.
But he has to put himself in the shoes of the people, and how do they feel? And if you talk to them, they will tell you we're in a crisis situation.
So as you just heard there, both mayoral candidates Sheila Dixon and Bob Wallace believe a state of emergency declaration is needed, if not overdue. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
So that brings us to our question of the day. Should Mayor Scott follow D.C. and declare a state of emergency? So far, 94% of people who voted say yes. You can vote right now at foxbaltimore.com.
This week, state Republicans introduced a 5-part plan to address crime in Maryland, including 2 juvenile crime proposals.
The Juvenile Justice Restoration Act allows parents to substitute for an attorney when their child faces questions from police.
Now, it would also force anyone under 13 charged with a gun crime or any child arrested for the same nonviolent crime 3 times to automatically go into DJS supervision. But the plan does not address problems that we see with home detention once a child leaves DJS.
Is there an element in this proposal that goes after the home monitoring aspect of DJS?
So not in this particular proposal, no.
So just so I'm clear, you're referring more children to DJS, but not providing funding or programming to help DJS supervise them?
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut. That's a budgetary issue. As you know, we'll see what Governor Moore's budget says.
Mackenzie Frost pressed Governor Moore on Monday, and he said he will have a plan to address juvenile crime, but it's not clear when the specifics will be released.
This morning, we are getting new body cam video showing the early moments of Hamas's October 7th massacre in Israel. After the break, the latest developments in the Middle East as violent protests break out here in the U.S.
Temperatures a little bit on the cool side here for your Thursday morning, but don't you worry, friends. We're going to warm up nicely for the afternoon. We'll talk about just how high those numbers go and how long this warming trend sticks around.
what you'll be able to see is military equipment. There is an AK-47. There are cartridges, ammo. There are grenades in here.
The Israeli military is showing firsthand what they say is military equipment used by Hamas at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. We have more new body camera video just into our live center showing the early moments of Hamas's deadly October 7th massacre in Israel and their terror tunnels under Gaza. The United Nations delivered more than 6,000 gallons of fuel to Gaza on Wednesday. Officials say that's only 9% of what the region needs daily to sustain life-saving activities. Now, here's a live look over Capitol Hill as Washington officials back Israeli claims that Hamas is using Al-Shifa Hospital as a terror stronghold. Families of the Americans believed to still be held hostage by Hamas met with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. The latest reports show at least 9 Americans are still missing. Also breaking overnight on Capitol Hill, police clashed with about 150 protesters outside the DNC headquarters. They were calling for a ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. U.S. Capitol Police called this an illegal and violent protest, and they arrested some of those involved. Capitol Police have also said they made arrests. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News. We'll have a live report from the Capitol following those protests. That is the latest for now from the Live Center.
I was obviously hurt. I was surprised.
A Maryland immigrant advocacy group could lose funding over its comments on the war in Israel. Coming up in our next half hour, the apology the local Jewish community is not pleased with. And this morning, Fox 45 is demanding transparency from the city's Safe Streets program. Still to come, the questions we are taking directly to Mayor Scott, what he's already answered, and what we're still waiting for. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:14, GM responds to reports that auto workers could vote down its tentative agreement with the UAW. As of now, all General Motors has said is, quote, "We need to continue to respectfully decline comment until the UAW has completed the ratification process." The UAW says the reports are wrong, but the issues with the deal are reportedly twofold. Long-term workers aren't happy with the pay raises and pensions included in the plan, and newer hires wanted a defined benefit pension plan instead of the 401k plan that is currently in place.
Target is decking the halls for a potential slow holiday shopping season ahead. The retail giant is predicting sales to decline in this holiday season after sales dropped last quarter by almost 5%, marking the second quarter in a row sales decline for Target. Target's chief executive, Brian Cornell, says that consumers are continuing to spend cautiously. Target is one of the first large retail stores to report its quarterly findings leading up to the holiday season.
Late night talk show host Jimmy Kimmel returns to host the 96th Academy Awards for the fourth time. It's Kimmel's second straight year hosting the Oscars. His comeback in March drew 18 million viewers. He led a cautious ceremony, helping to steady the award show after a previous slump in ratings. In a statement, the comic said he always dreamed of hosting the Oscars exactly 4 times. Kimmel previously hosted the Oscars in 2017 and 18. The awards will air live on ABC March 10th from the Dolby Theater in LA. Billy Joel's The Vinyl Collection Volume 2 is also trending this morning. To celebrate its release sometime this morning, you can win a Billy Joel prize pack from Fox 45 Morning News. If you win a prize pack, you could then win a trip to see Billy Joel live in New York City for one of his final residency shows at Madison Square Garden.
Now, make sure you're watching Fox 45 Morning News all this week and wait until you see the Billy Joel song of the day that we'll post. It's a screen that looks similar to this. And that's when you call in. The first caller with the correct song will win the daily prize and be in the running for that grand prize. So good luck. A meteorite is caught on camera. In fact, take a look at this. A meteorologist with Fox 6 in Milwaukee caught the incredible video on dash cam yesterday right near Milwaukee. Wait for it. And there it is. All right, well, the fireball appearing out of nowhere in the night sky, shown for just a few seconds right there. It almost looks like fireworks just coming down and then disappearing.
Or extraterrestrial.
Yeah, it could be E.T., his parents coming back for him.
Well, what is our meteorologist bringing for us?
Well, it's interesting because, you know, meteorologist, the whole term is because a meteor is what we track. We track hydrometeors. So we track precipitation, which is things moving through the air. Aristotle, I mean, he's the guy who did it back a long time ago. But
so you're bringing us information, no great pictures like that. Is that what you're saying?
No, sorry.
Do you drive around with a camera up at the sky?
I don't. No, Tom, I don't want. I don't want anybody's. I don't want any footage of anything that I do on the 695. No footage of that.
That speed camera has footage.
Because yesterday, and I got to apologize to Baltimore right now, Baltimore County, but I made one of those turns because I was like, oh, Trader Joe's, because I was going to go to Giant. Then I was like, no, I want to go to Trader Joe's. And I went all the way across, so I apologize.
That guy.
I was that guy yesterday. I totally was, and I'm admitting it. So I apologize. All right, let's move on. Man, it was busy in there. Holy cow, everybody's getting all their stuff already. Thanksgiving, you can feel it. It's next Thursday. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We had some clouds that were around yesterday. Now, a lot of those clouds have left, so we are seeing temperatures that are dropping. Typically, when we get those clearing skies, you get those temperatures to drop into the 30s, which is what we're seeing right now in Towson, 37 officially right now. As you head out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, or get the kids ready to go for school today. We're talking about chilly conditions, and you'll need to bundle them up. But today, the onion effect will be in play because you're going to peel back those layers like an onion. Or whatever. 69 your temperature into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Overall, a warm afternoon is what we're talking about. Maybe you want to get out there and play some golf this morning, golfers. I'm talking about a real nice day today. in the 40s this morning, but we're right to the 60s by noontime and into the mid to upper 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Little southerly wind will pick up today, but don't think it's going to affect your game too much. Our temperatures across the area, well, nice today. Upper 60s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown, 67 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, almost 70 in downtown Baltimore today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're getting into those upper 60s as well for Ellicott City and Columbia out through Elkridge. Odenton at 66, Annapolis 63 down to Shadyside as well with those numbers in the 60s throughout the day today. Now, for the game tonight, Bengals are in town. Kickoff 8:15, so tailgating will be great this afternoon and evening, but obviously when we get into the 8 o'clock hour, our temperatures will drop into the 50s. So you have that Ravens pullover. You'll be good to go for the game tonight and not tracking any rain, which is also good. Tomorrow, we are tracking some rain, but it's really not until tomorrow evening and early Saturday. That'll be our best chance to get some of that precip, but we're going to warm up 71 tomorrow. Then behind that system on Saturday, we're back to the upper 50s, which is still near average. And overall, we have some cooler temperatures heading toward next week. And we do have a pretty decent weather maker that's setting up for next week, especially as folks are traveling for Thanksgiving. Speaking of traveling, mass transit now. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on light rail, you'll find service on time in both directions of that service. Metro Subway is on time at present, but expect perhaps 8 to 10 minute delays on Metro after 6:30. On the MARC train system, MARC train is showing no major delays, minor ones in the form of 841 on the Camden line, running about 5 minutes late along with Penn Train 403. But the Penn line service of MARC is operating on an R schedule today. That's due to necessary track and switch repairs needing to be made on that line. The Camden and Brunswick lines are on regular schedules. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A mysterious letter in Harford County suggests migrants could be sent there from New York. After the break, how the county executive's office is responding to our demand for answers.
Funding and support are now at risk for one Maryland-based nonprofit. Coming up next, the controversial statement made by the executive director about the war in the Middle East. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. .524 and taking a look at the stories developing around the state this morning.
starting in Harford County, where leaders there are trying to find clarification on a mysterious letter calling for the county to take in undocumented immigrants currently sheltering in New York. It appears that Harford County could be next to host some undocumented immigrants. News of that triggered action from Councilman Aaron Penman.
We won't be able to sustain that impact in Harford County.
Penman says he learned County Executive Bob Casserly is considering a meeting with motel trade executives this week to consider relocating 105 families of undocumented immigrants to motels and hotels in Harford County. Penman reacting quickly to the news, posting a letter on his social media calling for Casserly to reject the proposal.
In a perfect world, if you had the infrastructure and the resources needed, yes, potentially that could work, but we don't have that in Harford County, and we're seeing that. We're seeing capacity issues in schools, in the infrastructure, the roadways. We don't have that in Harford County.
Well, Penman advocating Casserly reject the proposal. But when Fox 45 News reached out to the county's executive office, a spokesperson said a meeting about undocumented immigrants coming to Harford County is not and was never planned.
A statement from Casserly reads in part, my office received an unsolicited letter on Monday from an unknown organization indicating that they were working to bring undocumented immigrants from New York City to the Holiday Inn in Bell Camp. Casserly says his office immediately contacted the governor's office and officials in New York who said they had no record of this effort. He went on to say, however, if it is true, I will use every resource at my disposal to prevent it.
County Executive Casserly and Councilman Penman have been at odds in the past, including over illegal wiretap allegations. You can find more on the issues between the two of them on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
In Hagerstown, an inmate is accused of forging documents in hopes of getting out of prison early. The Attorney General's office says 38-year-old Jose Tapia was able to create a fake document saying he had been in jail for more than a year. He then sent it to the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, all while behind bars. The document was identified as a fake. Tapia was not released. He also faces more than 40 counts of theft and identity theft. Former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's second federal trial is set to begin January 18th with jury selection on January 16th. This trial centers around two charges of making false statements on loan applications.
Now, it comes after Mosby was found guilty on 2 counts of perjury last week. She will not be sentenced in that case until after this second trial in January. All 4 charges connected to her purchases of 2 vacation homes in Florida.
We continue to demand transparency from the city's Safe Streets program, how the mayor is responding to concerns over possible gang affiliation.
Today, we're going to be warmer with more sunshine. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the temperatures as you head out to the game tonight. 527, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Now I'm thinking, because of football, remember?
Yeah.
Turducken. I mean, we've got football tonight and then a week from now, and I mean, John Madden, my guess, he would always talk about that every year. Turducken. Never had it. Have you ever had it?
I have not. We used to have a director here that would make that. Does not look appealing to me. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, how about you?
I would absolutely try that. Why not? It's got all the good stuff, all the birds right there on one plate.
I mean, I'd try it, but
hey, you know what I was working on backstage, guys? The leaf cast. Because we have to transition from the mow cast to the leaf cast. Let's just want to get your mower out there and mow over the leaves. Probably what I'm going to do, even though Tom gave me a rake. Our Towson cam, good morning to you. Looking out from our Mile One Auto Group cam. Overall, numbers are not too bad. We're in the 30s for a lot of you right now, so just be aware as you step out. Probably maybe a little frosty on some of those cars. Upper 30s over the next few hours. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. How about a high of 69 today and then 71 tomorrow, even though we've got a little bit of rain to deal with tomorrow evening into early Saturday. Then it will be cooler for this upcoming weekend. So we'll take a closer look at that. Plus, in a few minutes, we'll throw up the 10-day forecast. That's going to take us through next Thursday and Friday, talking about Black Friday and, of course, Thanksgiving as well. Back to you.
This morning, Fox 45 News continues to demand transparency from the Baltimore Safe Streets program.
And now we are taking our questions directly to Mayor Brandon Scott. It comes after a federal investigation into that same program. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with his comments and the questions that remain unanswered. Shannon?
Yeah, like you said, Tom, there are still a lot of questions about the Safe Streets program and its possible affiliation with the Black Guerrilla family, or BGF gang affiliation. But the mayor is insisting that anyone who works for the city or an agency affiliated with the city and is committing crimes, they will be held accountable. In fact, take a listen to his response when we pressed him further on that this week.
Any individual that has those kind of ties will be dealt with through law enforcement.
Do you think that it's possible that taxpayer dollars are landing in the hands of gang members?
Mackenzie, I think that what we should say about that is we know what's possible. What's true is what's possible. And that's the only thing. The facts will come out in cases. You know, I'm not going to talk about an open federal investigation.
Now, before we could ask our other questions, Mayor Scott ended the news conference. So we followed up with the mayor's team after with these questions here, asking, would you support the state forensic auditors conducting an audit of Safe Streets money to ensure it's being spent properly? And given our recent reporting about the Safe Streets BGF connection dating back to 2010, how long have you known about the possible links? Those questions were not acknowledged by the mayor. Now, remember, LifeBridge Health is the nonprofit running the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site, which was the site that was raided. And they told us 2 Safe Streets workers returned to work on October 31st. But now LifeBridge says only 1 employee is working because the other left the organization. Meanwhile, the 1 working employee is doing admin work off-site. And the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location remains closed for now. There is no word on when it will reopen. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. This brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Mayor Brandon Scott is being transparent about Safe Streets? So far, as you see there, 98% voted no. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the polls tab.
The federal investigation into Safe Streets has led to renewed calls for an audit to learn how Monzi hires its employees and uses taxpayer dollars. While some are asking for an immediate audit, Mayor Brandon Scott says not right now.
We've talked to the comptroller, who is in charge of doing audits for the city, and he and I agree that it should be done, and we're going to do it the way that the voters, the residents of Baltimore, said it should be done.
I believe that Safe Streets needs to halt, and I think that it needs an audit and to be reassessed to determine the direction that we need if it's going to exist.
We know it is taxpayer money, and so it doesn't matter, you know, that it's going to a separate entity or a pass-through. It matters where the money's originating from, and the money's originating from the taxpayers' pockets.
Fox 45 News has been pushing for transparency from Safe Streets for years. You can find all of our previous reporting and follow our investigation on foxbaltimore.com.
Turning now to developments in the Israel-Hamas war. Israeli troops conducting a raid inside Gaza's largest hospital in search of a Hamas stronghold, and they say they found it. IDF says it found weapons in the MRI room and in the main hallway. But the World Health Organization says entering that hospital is inhumane as thousands of Gazans continue to shelter there.
Turning to the war's local impacts, political support and public funding are now at risk for a Maryland-based nonprofit over what some are calling anti-Semitic rhetoric. Last week, CASA's longtime executive director released a controversial statement on the war in the Middle East. Olivia Dance has more on what was said and then reaction from both sides. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, dozens of lawmakers are calling the statement vile, hateful, and anti-Semitic. Let's go ahead and pull up the now deleted statement from CASA's executive director. The remarks expressing CASA's steadfast support for Palestine's relentless fight for freedom. The statement going on to call for an immediate ceasefire, the halt of U.S. tax dollars promoting the ongoing violence, and concluding with, quote, "We firmly assert free Palestine now."
I was obviously hurt. I was surprised.
And for them to go ahead and, just come out and call for genocide of Jews is pretty horrendous.
State and local leaders issuing a swift and strong response, and 19 Jewish Maryland General Assembly members calling the comments deeply disappointing, inaccurate, and ill-conceived, while 7 Montgomery County senators threatened to pool public funding. This comes as the comments are already costing CASA's private funding from one of its largest donors, the Harry and Jeanette Weinberg Foundation, withdrawing $150,000, saying in part that there is no place in our community for hate. Attempting to apologize, CASA, the Maryland-based immigrants' rights group, replaced the controversial statement with a brief post reading in part, "We write to acknowledge that our words have caused hurt. We are conducting further work to refine our message and clarify our values, and will issue another statement soon."
I wouldn't really call it a full apology, but then it says that they're going to put out an updated statement. Yet it's been over a week and they haven't done so. And so clearly they're not really sorry about this statement that they put out.
That's a good start. And certainly it's an appropriate thing to do. I am of the belief that more should be done.
So while some argue that the damage is already done, dozens of other local advocate groups are now demanding lawmakers retract their threats to stop funding, including Maryland's ACLU, who says they are firmly defending CASA's right to free speech. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
The APEC summit continues today in San Francisco. Straight ahead from the Live Center, the big takeaways from yesterday's high-stakes talks.
Today, we are going to be warmer and dry for the Ravens game, but tomorrow the rain moves through. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long the showers will stick around. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all 5:40 on this Thursday morning, and from our live center this morning, we're taking you live to San Francisco. You can see it's a little dark there on the water, where the APEC summit continues today. The world's top superpowers met yesterday, and after hours of high-stake talks, they did not agree on any major issues, such as hostile Chinese military maneuvers in the South China Sea, the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Beijing, or even COVID.
No agreement on that. Our meetings have always been candid and straightforward. We haven't always agreed, but they've been straightforward. We have disagreements. He has a different view than I have on a lot of things, but he's been straight. I don't mean that it's good, bad, or indifferent. It's just been straight.
One of the remaining points of difference, Taiwan. President Biden making clear the U.S. backs the one China policy, reiterating any resolution must be peaceful. Nothing mentioned about the reports of the Wuhan lab leak and devastating impacts of COVID virus, with all the deaths to around the world, also to the Americans and the U.S. economy. Takeaways from Wednesday's talks: agreement on China's involvement to curb the production of deadly fentanyl flowing into the U.S. and around the world, the renewal of military communication between the two nations, and the debate on regulation of artificial intelligence. That's the latest from our live center. Still to come this morning, we have team coverage on the Israeli-Hamas war and the impacts that we're seeing right now at our nation's capital, how protests overnight turned violent outside the Democratic National Committee headquarters. Despite rising tensions, lawmakers on Capitol Hill are getting some work done, where the stopgap funding bill stands and what it entails. 5:41 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.45 this morning. The Ravens are resting up for their big Thursday night game against the Cincinnati Bengals. The game will be played right here in Baltimore at M&T Bank Stadium. Kickoff 8:15 p.m. Record-wise, the Ravens are one of the NFL's best. They're 7-3. They currently take the top spot in the AFC North. Cincinnati takes the bottom spot in the same division. They've got a 5-4 record. Both teams coming off losses this past Sunday.
After tonight's game, the Ravens are off until Sunday after Thanksgiving. That's November 26th. That's when they'll be traveling to Los Angeles to take on the Chargers. Kickoff 8:20 that night. A bye week then follows that game. Then Ravens will return home to take on the LA Rams Sunday, December 10th. First kick, the kick is at 1 o'clock. The rest of December looks like 2 games away and then 1 game home. The first away is against the Jaguars. Second is Christmas Day against 49ers. Then New Year's Eve, the Ravens will be taking on the Dolphins at M&T Bank.
Well, we want to see how you are cheering on the Ravens this weekend. Scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com. There you can upload your pictures and videos of all your Ravens pride. It is powered by Stackla.
So tonight is a blackout. They're saying
Yes.
wear your black tonight.
Yeah.
They're going to do a whole thing.
Today.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. And then what does Cedric Mullins, Carmelo Anthony, and Big Boy have in common? All going to be there tonight.
Okay.
All of them.
All right.
All of them are going to be there. Yeah.
Awesome.
Carmelo Anthony, the legend of the game, and Cedric Mullins is going to be the honorary captain with the coin toss.
I've got one for you. What did 50 Cent do when he was hungry? 58.
Oh, my gosh.
All
What
right.
has happened here?
Well, we were talking about it, and he threw out a first pitch. Justin threw out a first pitch. I went to my 50 Cent.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good. That's
Yeah.
good. Good
Let's think
stuff.
about it.
Nice
Yeah.
pull. Nice pull. Anyway, about the Ravens game tonight, they're going to be doing that. Yeah, it's going to be a awesome atmosphere. Obviously, prime time. So, and looks like the Ravens, they've done pretty good in prime time with Harbs as coach. So we'll see if that can continue that streak here tonight. Our Mile One Auto Group cam overall, not too bad. We have the cloud cover that has kind of moved on, so our temperatures have been allowed to drop, and temperatures are chilly this morning as the kids get out to the bus stop. Beep, beep. Make sure they're bundled up with temperatures in the 30s this hour, and we'll hang out in the 60s through midday today. Upper 30s by 8 o'clock at Owings Mills, and we'll see those numbers here by noon in the mid 60s. So overall, the afternoon is going to be great. Great day for lunch outside and any kind of pregame celebrations you got going on, with upper 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. High temperatures in the upper 50s for this time of year is typically what we see. Mid to upper 60s is what we'll see across central Maryland for your highs up and down the 95 corridor. 70 in D.C. today, 69 Cumberland, 64 in Philly this afternoon. So speaking of the Ravens game tonight and the blackout game, we're talking about temperatures in the mid 50s. So make sure to have the long sleeve black attire. 52 by halftime and right about 50 for your final at M&T Bank. Of course, the Bengals in town. Tomorrow, our numbers are actually going back up into the lower 70s. But look what happens on Saturday and Sunday. Those numbers drop back down into the 50s, which is about average for this time of year. But enjoy today and tomorrow because those will be in the above average category. Here's a look at our future scan. Thursday afternoon, overall staying nice and dry here. As we get to Friday, we'll continue to see those temperatures increase ahead of this cold front. Our next weather maker not really bringing rain until Friday evening. And even then, we're not talking about a lot of rain. 7, 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow night. That'll be our best chance for a few of those showers. Could see a few leftover showers early Saturday morning, but those clouds eventually move on. The breezy and cool conditions back behind that through Saturday afternoon and into Sunday as well. Shout out to Tracy S. in Dundalk. Look at Hyper Piper right there. And Piper is looking good thanks to Rough and Fluff or Fluff and Rough or whatever the groomer that they had. So Tracy, thank you very much for sending that picture in. Piper does not look very hyper from this picture, but the Dundalk doggy is looking all good. So love your pet pics. Keep them coming. All JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Yep. We're doing the 10-day forecast. We've been doing it all week because we're talking about Thanksgiving. So after we get through this weekend, notice what happens next week. We'll be in the mid-50s on Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, we're tracking some pretty decent rain here that could impact your holiday travel or folks who are coming here. Up and down the East Coast, we'll be tracking that. Thursday for Turkey Day actually looks pretty good. Dry with temperatures in the 50s. And even Black Friday, it'll be cold on that Friday morning. But overall, on the afternoon, looking pretty good.
Well, let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network here on this Thursday morning at 5:50. And yeah, the 5 vehicles involved, the inner loop here. And it looks like they have the vehicles pulled over to the either the median or over to the right shoulder there. So traffic's moving along. This is happening right near Bel Air Road, Route 1 in Parkville area. So again, 5 vehicles involved, and it's kind of splitting both sections there. You see the flashing lights and the crash alert sign that's happening there. So they may be moving vehicles back over, and that will shut down some lanes and cause more backup. So just be ready if you're heading there in the Parkville area and you're heading eastbound. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good Thursday morning, Mark.
Well, good Thursday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on light rail, you'll find on-time service in both directions. Metro subway is on schedule at present, but expect about an 8 to 10 minute delay in your travels on Metro after 6:30. On the MARC system, 841 train running 10 minutes late. We've got Brunswick train 874 with a 5-minute delay. The Penn line of MARC is operating on an R schedule today. That's due to necessary track and switch repairs needing to be made on that line. The Camden and Brunswick lines of MARC are on regular schedules. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
It doesn't get easier. You just have to continue on with life.
The family of Baltimore detective Sean Suter still hurting 6 years after he was shot dead in a vacant lot in West Baltimore. Coming up, their continued fight for justice in an interview that is exclusive on Fox 45.
This morning, questions are being raised in Baltimore about whether we should follow D.C.'s lead and declare a public emergency because of youth crime. Still to come, Mayor Scott and mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon weigh in. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. .554 now to a Fox 45 News exclusive. We just passed 6 years since Baltimore City Detective Sean Suter's death in a vacant lot in West Baltimore.
Now, what happened a day before he was scheduled to testify in federal court against BPD's corrupt gun trace task force. Alexa Ashwell has the family's continued fight for justice.
What exactly happened in this vacant lot between row homes in West Baltimore's Harlem Park neighborhood 6 years ago today still haunts the widow of Baltimore Police Detective Sean Suter.
It's so hard to just let your guards down, smiling at people's faces, not knowing who to trust, not knowing who's really there for you, It's hard. It's just me and my kids.
The 5 children Detective Suter left behind when he was shot in the head November 15th, 2017, and pronounced dead the next day.
We now also know that Detective Suter was shot and killed with his own gun.
Former Baltimore Police Commissioner Kevin Davis then saying Suter was shot after running into the vacant lot while he and another detective were in the neighborhood investigating an unrelated homicide. It was the day before Suter was scheduled to testify in a federal case involving several city officers and the corrupt gun trace task force. The medical examiner ruled Suter's death a homicide, but an investigation conducted by an independent review board and then reviewed by MSP determined Suter's manner of death to be suicide. Neither ruling has changed. For Nicole Suter.
We're just not going to let him go like this, and we're not going to let him vanish like this. When they throw that suicide out there, I know for a fact my husband did not commit suicide because how much he charged his family.
It's been 6 long years of not only trying to clear her late husband's name, but also receive the benefits she and her attorneys believe the family is entitled to.
Things have been stagnant for quite some time now, and the medical examiner's office has never changed their opinion that this is, a line-of-duty death. And so it's our position, obviously, that this needs to be paid out.
According to attorneys representing the Suter family, 3 line-of-duty benefit claims remain outstanding and have yet to be ruled on. This includes with the city and separate one-time payouts from the state and federal governments. Hundreds of thousands of dollars the family has gone without.
Sean Suter's death is the perfect example of a law enforcement officer who dies on the line of duty and is now waiting for 6 long years for city, state, and federal benefits to kick in. And that is problematic.
For the Suter family, the pain goes well beyond the money. Nicole Suter today wearing the words that have become her life mission: justice for Sean Suter.
We want the answers that we deserve. We want justice. And we just want everybody out there to know that we still fighting. We didn't forget, and we're not going to forget. We didn't give up.
Alexa Ashwell, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Alexa. Now, developing now a new multi-million-dollar firefighting facility is coming to Baltimore County. A county executive announcing a 6-acre site right on Edmondson Avenue will be transformed into the state-of-the-art replacement for the Catonsville Fire Station. Current station was built in 1928. County leaders are planning to turn that historic station into a fire museum. County already has spent $2 million for the site of the new station. Construction expected to begin December of next year.
The Maryland Teachers Union's mission is to elevate the quality of public education. But as the union has gotten richer, student performance has declined. Project Baltimore has learned that much of the money the union is raking in isn't going to students. Last year, the Teachers Union collected $26.5 million in revenue, the highest on record. $16.9 million of that went toward salaries, other compensation, employee benefits for the union's 93 employees. According to federal tax filings, the highest 11 earners in the union brought home more than $200,000 in total compensation.
It's shameful to see that the union is getting paid these exorbitant amounts of salary compensation while students are failing.
Ahead at 7:30, Project Baltimore digs into the union's federal tax filings, what we've learned about the average earnings for a Maryland Teachers Union employee.
Another Baltimore business is closing its doors, and many say it's because of juvenile crime. Coming up next, we'll hear concerns from residents impacted by the crime.
D.C. is declaring a public emergency over juvenile crime, but Mayor Brandon Scott says that's not needed here in Baltimore. The pushback he's receiving from those vying to unseat him.
Our temperatures are starting off chilly right now, but we're going to warm up nicely for your Thursday. We'll break down how long these warm numbers stick around and if there's any rain in our future. It's Fox 45 Morning News Time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, November 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. The countdown is on, 1 week from Thanksgiving.
I wasn't sure if you meant that or countdown to tonight's game. A lot of good things happening in the next few days. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast.
I love countdowns. You know me, so I'm all about it. I got the holiday countdown. We got stuff going on. Yeah, next week got Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Christmas right around the corner. Overall, not too bad. It's a little bit on the chillier side this morning. That's because the clouds that we did have around yesterday have moved out of here, and a really pretty shot here over the inner harbor with mostly clear skies at this time. Our temperatures are hanging out in the 30s for most of us, and even some 40s statewide, 43 in Westminster, 36 in Bel Air and Baltimore City, 41 currently in Annapolis. So weather story looks like this: a cool Thursday morning, sunny and warmer for the afternoon today, and we are tracking some rain that's going to be impacting us on your Friday. But morning drive is good. We're talking about mid to upper 30s over the next few hours, so nothing to get in your way. Just get the heaters on as you head out to work and school. Back with your full forecast. We'll take you into the weekend and a look ahead at next week as well, coming up.
While Baltimore, like Liz, we've been dealing with similar issues, I want to be clear that I see no need to follow in her footsteps.
We've waited so long before we started dealing with this sooner, which we should have, and we saw a trend.
This morning, Fox 45 News demanding answers from city leaders about what they plan to do about soaring juvenile crime rates. Mayor Brandon Scott and his biggest challenger, former mayor and current mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon, they're split. If Baltimore should declare a public emergency similar to what was just done in D.C. this week by their mayor, Muriel Bowser. This morning, we have team coverage on the demands for accountability across our area.
Coming up in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be live with the local response to D.C.'s public emergency. But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is live as another city business is closing its doors, and many say it's because of juvenile crime. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Patrice, this Walgreens just behind me here on the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and West Saratoga Street is now closed this morning. The pharmacy, though, will stay open until 3 this afternoon, just like this sign on the door here says. Yesterday, though, was the last full day of operations for the Walgreens. So starting later today, residents in this area will be without a pharmacy. Councilman Eric Costello addressed the closure during a hearing on stolen cars, and he says the store and pharmacy is closing because it's plagued with juvenile crime. Take a listen to what he said.
From DJS on November 15th, that will be the last day of operations of the Walgreens at 312 North MLK Jr. Boulevard, which has been plagued by juvenile crime, which means the communities I represent in Heritage Crossing and then Towns and the Terraces in Northeast Poppleton will be without a pharmacy because collectively we haven't done enough to get this situation under control. So I want everyone to be aware of the impact of November 15th and why that's a very important date to me.
As you just heard, Councilman Costello is upset. And again, many of the residents that he represents are now without a pharmacy. Walgreens, though, has not confirmed juvenile crime is behind the store's closing, but others in the neighborhood also talked about the crime they see on a regular basis.
My community has been hit so hard from 2020 up until now with teenagers going crazy. And no one has done anything about them. They vandalism Walgreens, MeQ, Center West.
And this Walgreens here is just the latest Baltimore business to close because of crime. Others include Eddie's of Mount Vernon and Lidl. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Now we continue our team coverage with the local response to Washington, D.C.'s public emergency.
Shannon Lilly is live with more on reaction from Mayor Scott and mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon. Shannon.
Yeah, and right now, Patrice and Tom, those two are responding in completely opposite ways. So we know that juvenile crime here in Baltimore City is skyrocketing, but the mayor says the city is not in a state of emergency like D.C., and here's why.
Let's remember, everybody, that D.C. is a city that's governed differently than ours and any other city in the country. Essentially, D.C. is a city and a state at the same time. They control a whole manner of juvenile systems that we don't, because we have the fabulous state of Maryland, like juvenile service, like social service, like CPS. All of those things are not under the preview of the mayor.
So keep in mind, Mayor Muriel Bowser's declaration of a state of emergency in D.C. will allow them to expedite funds and coordinate mutual aid in order to help in the war on juvenile crime. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, Mayor Scott is insisting the city's rate of juvenile crime does not warrant a public emergency. But those vying to unseat the mayor insist he is making a grave mistake here.
It's gotten out of control, and we've waited so long before we started dealing with this sooner, which we should have when we saw a trend. When we saw 5 cars being stolen or 5 carjacks, we should have gotten on it and figured out what we needed to do to stop it.
But he has to put himself in the shoes of the people, and how do they feel? And if you talk to them, they will tell you we're in a crisis situation.
So as you just heard there, both mayoral candidates Sheila Dixon and Bob Wallace believe that a state of emergency declaration is needed, if not overdue. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
So that brings us to our question of the day. Should Mayor Scott follow D.C. and declare a state of emergency? So far, 93% of people who voted say yes. You can vote right now at foxbaltimore.com.
This week, state Republicans introduced a 5-part plan to address crime, including 2 juvenile crime proposals.
The Juvenile Justice Restoration Act allows parents to substitute for an attorney when their child faces questions from police.
It would also force anyone under 13 charged with a gun crime or any child arrested for that same non-violent crime 3 times to automatically go into DJS supervision. But the plan does not address problems that we see with home detention once a child leaves DJS.
For them to go ahead and, just come out and call for genocide of Jews is pretty horrendous.
A Maryland immigrant advocacy group could lose funding over its comments on the war in Israel. In our next half hour, why the local Jewish community is not satisfied with their apology.
Anybody, any individual that has those kind of ties will be dealt with through law enforcement.
Fox 45 News is pressing Mayor Scott about ties between safe streets and gangs, why his answers are raising more questions about what is going on inside the program.
Chilly start to your Thursday, but we'll warm up real nice this afternoon, even into Friday. But there is some rain that we have to track as well. We'll talk about it in just a few.
Now taking a quick look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and the 695, the inner loop right at Bel Air Road and Putty Avenue. 5 vehicles were involved there, and you can see them split on either the median or the right shoulder here. So one lane is now currently closed along with the shoulder and the median. And top left traffic was at a complete standstill for some time as the lanes were slowing down. They began to reopen and maybe transporting other vehicles or people from one direction to the other. You can see it's going to be a slow morning if you're heading that way through Parkville and Kearney and heading over to Bel Air Road or Route 1. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
what you'll be able to see is military equipment. There is an AK-47. There are cartridges, ammo. There are grenades in here.
The Israeli military is showing firsthand what they say is military equipment used by Hamas at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. We have more new body cam video. This is just into our live center. This shows the early moments of Hamas's deadly October 7th massacre in Israel and also terror tunnels under Gaza. The United Nations delivered more than 6,000 gallons of fuel to Gaza on Wednesday. Officials say that is only 9% of what the region needs daily to sustain life-saving activities. A live look over Capitol Hill now as Washington officials back Israeli claims that Hamas is using Al-Shifa Hospital as a terror stronghold. Families of the Americans believed to be held hostage by Hamas met with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. The latest reports show at least 9 Americans are still missing. Also breaking overnight on Capitol Hill, this right here. Police clashed with about 150 protesters outside the DNC headquarters. They were calling for a ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. Capitol Police Department called this an illegal and violent protest, and they arrested some of those involved. Capitol Police also said they made arrests. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News. We'll have a live report from the Capitol following these protests. That's coming up. But for now, that's the latest from the Live Center.
Maryland's teacher union is bringing in record amounts of money, but it's not going to students. Still ahead on Project Baltimore, we have a closer look at how that money is being used. And are you looking to hit the skies this holiday season? Coming up, what you need to know before heading to the airport for any of your holiday travels. 6:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $6:15. It looks like the government will stay open for now.
After a late night vote in the Senate, a bill to fund the federal government now goes to President Joe Biden. And a White House official says he does plan to sign it. But that doesn't mean the spending battle is over. The bill's 2-tiered funding runs out just after the new year.
We expect that fight when we get back from Thanksgiving.
Well, hardline House Republicans say they want Speaker Mike Johnson to push back against Democrats.
We are exactly 1 week away from Thanksgiving, and travelers are getting ready to fly or drive to their destinations. Dee Gatton with the National Desk takes a look at the record numbers heading to the airport ahead of the holiday.
AAA expects 4.7 million people will fly over Thanksgiving, the highest number of Thanksgiving air travelers in 18 years. It's also an increase of 6.6% compared to 2022. As lawmakers work to prevent a government shutdown, back in September, before the last threat, the White House said air traffic controllers and TSA officers working without pay could potentially lead to significant delays and longer wait times for travelers at airports across the country, like there were during previous shutdowns.
But what's really compelling about Thanksgiving is that people tend to align their travel days more with a single day, the Sunday after Thanksgiving, also the Wednesday ahead of Thanksgiving. Because airfares are cheaper this year than they were this same time last year, we're seeing a lot of people say, you know what, we're willing to go for it and book that airfare.
Still, AAA expects most Thanksgiving travelers will drive to their destinations. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
It is 6:17 now. The planet just had its warmest October on record, leading the way to what is expected to be Earth's hottest year. Now, that is according to the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, which logged an average global temperature of more than 59 degrees Fahrenheit last month. This is the 5th month in a row to set record high temperatures, also the 7th consecutive month that saw record high ocean temperatures, which have been fueling storms and cyclones around the world. So what I take from that, as our meteorologist was pacing through the studio as I read that, I'm not sure what you were feeling, but hottest October on record, I'm feeling like no snow this winter. I'm feeling like a warm winter.
It's looking more and more likely, even though the other guy said that, you know, his outlook is for more, a bunch more
than average.
Yeah. You know,
everybody's saying that.
Well,
actually,
and my whole
Justin.
thing is just, it's like the law of averages. I'm just like, man, we haven't had like a big winter in 6, 7, 8 years. You know, it used to be kind of every 6 or 7 years.
The other meteorologist, Jasmine, says she's hoping for a good blizzard.
She likes cold.
She needs to just calm down with all that. Like Taylor Swift, just calm down. What?
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Come on.
Love Jasmine, though.
The best thing is tonight, we're not going to have any snow to deal with at the game. So, and they've only got a couple of home games. They've got 2 in December and then 1 in January. So we'll see what happens with that. But overall, for your blackout night tonight at M&T Bank Stadium, 36 your temp right now. But look at this high today, 69. That's going to be about 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon. So sunny and warmer for sure. We are tracking some rain for Friday. Not a lot of rain, but there's going to be our next weather maker bringing in some showers. Pretty decent amount of rain is on the way next week, which we'll be talking about here in just a sec. Mid to upper 30s over your next few hours as you rise and shine with us. Grab some coffee and breakfast. Sun will be up until 4:52 tonight. Hanging out there, Brewers Hill will be at 54 by 10 a.m. We're going to see those numbers climb, as I mentioned, to the mid to upper 60s. Some of us real close to that 70-degree mark on a Thursday afternoon in November. We will take it. We'll keep those numbers into the lower 60s through about 4 or 5 p.m. So as you start to prepare for the game tonight, whether you're tailgating, going to the stadium, or just watching it at home, overall a very nice afternoon to get that grill going and fired up for some Thursday night football. Mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures today. Numbers for you in Harford and Cecil counties also in those mid 60s. Bel Air and Aberdeen up into Perryman, right about 65 in Northeast. Elkton, you're in at 64. Friends on the Eastern Shore, Centerville, Chestertown, mid 60s today with 62 in Rock Hall, 65 in Easton. Flew over Easton yesterday afternoon there in Talbot County. All right, our Ravens cast for tonight. Temperatures will hang out in the 50s at kickoff. Remember, that's at 8 o'clock tonight, or 8:15 officially, so it will be a little on the chillier side. And ladies and gentlemen, look, the leaf cast. How about that? Look, I got a rake. Did you see that? Here, let me fire it up again. I want everybody to watch the leaf cast. All right, ready? Here we go.
Woo, look at that. Oh,
you see the
flying rake, yes.
A moving rake.
There's a ghost on that, right? Like a witch?
Sure. Okay, so the leaf cast has a couple of yellow lights because we might get a little bit of rain. We're going to get a little bit of rain late tomorrow. And then Saturday, it's going to be windy, especially in the morning. So don't even worry about it. You can clean up the yard and rake those leaves today if you want. Make the kids get out and do it. That's the better way to do it. 60s and 70s today and tomorrow, back to the upper 50s for the weekend. So it will be cooler. And then next week, we are tracking that next weather maker, bringing more rain, especially on Tuesday and into Wednesday, which are big travel days as we get closer to the holiday. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Yeah, leaf cast, get it out there, get those kids working today. Now to your Len-Stoller traffic network and a look at 695 Putty Road, where there was a 5-vehicle accident that had shut down a couple lanes and caused some backup. You see it on the map right there, highlighted in red. There you go. Thank you, Justin. And it's in yellow now because they moved all those 5 vehicles out of there. So the good news there. Volume is beginning to pick up. No other incident to report at this time. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn train 407 with an 8 to 10 minute delay, and Camden train 845 presently running about 5 minutes late. Allowed time for travel there. On the Penn line of MARC, you'll find it operating on an R schedule today. That's due to necessary track and switch repairs needing to be made on that line. The Camden and Brunswick lines are operating on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Let's take a look at some of the events that are happening today across the region. Baltimore City fire officials and the American Red Cross will be hosting an event celebrating the smoke alarm program. Now, the group says the program has helped save more than 30 lives this year. Plus, the Baltimore City Council will be holding a meeting on the reported shortage of athletic trainers across Baltimore City public schools. They'll also be discussing several vendors who claim that they have not been paid yet by the city school system.
The Ravens shift their focus to tonight's primetime game against the Bengals after a disappointing loss to the Browns. Still ahead, why having a short memory is key to picking up a bounce-back win in front of the hometown crowd.
Funding and support are now at risk for one Maryland-based nonprofit. Just ahead in our next half hour, the controversial statement the executive director made about the war in the Middle East. 622, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .625 trending now, looking to bring a unique dessert to your Friendsgiving or maybe even Thanksgiving dinner. Well, Baskin-Robbins now has created a special ice cream flavor for the month. It's called Turkey Day fixins, said to taste just like its name. You can see the swirls there. Baskin-Robbins says the flavor of a combination and some of the sides that you look forward to on Thanksgiving, like sweet potato, autumn spices, swirls of cranberry sauce, chunks of macaroni and cheese. No, pieces of honey bread, cornbread, all in one scoop.
I'd
let that
taste
sit
it,
for a second. Yeah, I'd try it, but I don't know if I'd pay money for it.
No, yes, if
Especially
they brought
that
some
photo.
in, I'd taste it.
Okay.
All right, so if you are flying for Thanksgiving, the TSA wants you to know that you can bring most holiday foods on board, maybe that ice cream.
Or a whole bird?
So maybe they would like a bird instead of ice cream. The ice cream's going to melt. What it is.
Excuse me. What's that dripping on me? Excuse me. Gotta get it overhead.
All right, well, let's see. There are certain foods they don't let you do.
Okay.
Let's see what that are.
And some of them need to be checked here. In fact, there you go. You can see the article here. As a general rule, solid foods can fly with you. Anything that can be poured, spread, sprayed, pumped should be checked.
If you do bring food on board, make sure it's easily accessible. Food items frequently require additional screening.
58.
Checkpoint.
A warm Thursday ahead with plenty of sunshine, just in time for some football. Let's talk about football. Turducken. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking temperatures for game time. That's coming up in his Ravens cast.
We continue to demand transparency from the city's Safe Streets program, how the mayor is responding to concerns over possible gang affiliation.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly about what's going on tonight for the Ravens game.
Blackout night tonight. Not in terms of turning the lights off, but we all want to be dressed in black, and they're going to do a really cool thing with LED bracelets and all that fun stuff. So should be a great night for football here in Charm City. Right now, looking down the 395, and on the left, my Charm City Tanks shot. Haven't seen that shot in a while, so thanks for the folks in the back for dialing that up. About 20 minutes away from the sun officially coming up today, and temperatures are in the 30s right now. Essex Middle River at 37, 39 Dundalk. We're at 35 in Joppatown, just near that freezing mark in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. So mid to upper 30s over the next couple of hours on your morning drive. Looking good, as Mr. Bo says, we are good to go. And we'll top out at 69 today, lower 70s tomorrow. But we are tracking some rain for tomorrow night into Saturday, and then cooler numbers for the weekend. I'll take you through all of that, plus the 10-day forecast. We're going to highlight that in about 15 minutes from right now. That's going to take us into Thanksgiving week and let you know exactly what to expect for Turkey Day.
6:31 this morning. Fox 45 News continues to demand transparency from Baltimore's Safe Streets program.
And now we are taking our questions directly to Mayor Brandon Scott. It comes after a federal investigation into the program.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with his comments and the questions that remain unanswered. Shannon.
Yeah, like you said, Patrice, there are still a lot of unanswered questions about the Safe Streets program and its possible ties to the Black Guerrilla Family, or BGF, gang affiliation. Now, the mayor is insisting that those working for the city or an agency affiliated with the city and committing crimes, well, they will be held accountable. In fact, take a listen to his response when we pressed him further on that this week.
Any individual that has those kind of ties will be dealt with through law enforcement.
Do you think that it's possible that taxpayer dollars are landing in the hands of gang members?
Mackenzie, I think that what we should say about that is we know what's possible. What's true is what's possible. And that's the only thing. The facts will come out in cases. You know, I'm not going to talk about an open federal investigation.
Now, before we could ask our other questions, Mayor Scott ended that news conference. So we followed up with the mayor's team after with these questions here. We asked, would you support the state forensic auditors conducting an audit of Safe Streets money to ensure it's being spent properly? And given our recent reporting about the Safe Streets BGF connection dating back to 2010, how long have you known about the possible links? Now, those questions were not acknowledged by the mayor. Now, remember, LifeBridge Health is the nonprofit that's running the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site, which was the site that was raided. And they told us 2 Safe Streets workers returned to work on October 31st. But now LifeBridge says only 1 employee is working because the other left the organization. Meanwhile, the 1 working employee is doing admin work off-site. And the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location is still closed as of now. No word on when it will reopen. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News has been pushing for transparency from Safe Streets for years. You can find all of our previous reporting and follow our investigation on foxbaltimore.com.
Turning now to developments in the Israel-Hamas war. Israeli troops conducting a raid inside Gaza's largest hospital in search of Hamas stronghold. And the IDF says it has found weapons in the MRI room and in the main hallway, plus all the tunnels they discovered. The World Health Organization says entering the hospital is inhumane as thousands of Gazans continue to shelter there. Well, now President Joe Biden is addressing how long this fighting could last.
With regard to when is this going to stop? I think it's going to stop when Hamas no longer maintains the capacity to murder and abuse and just do horrific things to the Israelis.
Well, President Biden went on to say that he doesn't feel Israeli forces can occupy Gaza. A 2-state solution is likely the best option, in his opinion, once the dust settles.
Turning to the war's local impacts, political support and public funding are now at risk for a Maryland-based nonprofit over what some are calling anti-Semitic rhetoric. Last week, CASA's longtime executive director released a controversial statement on the war in the Middle East. Olivia Nance has more on what was said and then reaction from both sides. Olivia?
Well, Patrice, dozens of lawmakers are calling the statement hateful, vile, and anti-Semitic. Let's go ahead and pull up that now deleted statement from CASA's executive director. The remarks expressing CASA's steadfast solidarity for Palestine's relentless fight for freedom. The statement going on to call for an immediate ceasefire and the halt of U.S. tax dollars promoting the ongoing violence, and concluding with, quote, "We firmly assert free Palestine now."
I was obviously hurt. I was surprised.
And for them to go ahead and, just come out and call for genocide of Jews is pretty horrendous.
State and local leaders issuing a swift and strong response, and 19 Jewish Maryland General Assembly members calling the comments deeply disappointing, inaccurate, and ill-conceived, while 7 Montgomery County senators threatened to pull public funding. This comes as the comments are already costing CASA private funding from one of its largest donors, the Harry and Jeanette Weinberg Foundation, withdrawing $150,000, saying in part that there's no place in our community for hate. Attempting to apologize, CASA, the Maryland-based immigrants' rights group, replaced the controversial statement with a brief post reading in part, "We write to acknowledge that our words have caused hurt. We are conducting further work to refine our message and clarify our values, and will issue another statement soon."
I wouldn't really call it a full apology, but then it says that they're going to put out an updated statement. Yet it's been over a week and they haven't done so. And so clearly they're not really sorry about this statement that they put out.
That's a good start. And certainly it's an appropriate thing to do. I am of the belief that more should be done.
Now, while some argue that the damage is already done, dozens of other local advocate groups are now demanding that lawmakers retract their threats to stop funding, including Maryland's ACLU, who says they are firmly defending CASA's right to free speech. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News demanding answers from city leaders about what they plan to do about the soaring juvenile crime rates. Still ahead, another city business closing its doors. Many say it's because of the city's juvenile crime crisis.
And we also take a closer look at the local response to Washington, D.C.'s public emergency and why Mayor Brandon Scott and mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon are reacting in 2 different ways. Today, we are warmer, but showers are looming to end your work week.
Just ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker and how it may impact your weekend plans. 6:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. Well, from the Live Center this morning, we're taking you to San Francisco. Here's a live shot of the city here, where the APEC summit continues today. The world's top superpowers, they met yesterday. After hours of high-stakes talks, they did not agree on some major issues, such as the hostile Chinese military maneuvers in the South China Sea, or the release of Americans wrongfully detained in Beijing, or COVID.
No agreement on that. Our meetings have always been candid and straightforward. We haven't always agreed, but they've been straightforward. We have disagreements. He has a different view than I have on a lot of things, but he's been straight. I don't mean that it's good, bad, or indifferent. It's just been straight.
One of the remaining points of difference, Taiwan. President Biden making it clear the U.S. backs the one China policy, reiterating any resolution must be peaceful. Nothing mentioned about the reports of the Wuhan lab leak and devastating impacts of the COVID virus to Americans, the globe, or the U.S. economy. Takeaways from Wednesday's talks: agreement on China's involvement to curb production of deadly fentanyl flowing into the U.S. or into Russia before heading to the U.S., the renewal of military communication between the two nations, and the debate on regulation for artificial intelligence. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Maryland casinos see a dip in revenue, and it could spell bad news. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, the programs that will be directly impacted by the drop.
They're treating these criminals like they're children. They're not.
Plus, a former police commissioner weighs in on how Governor Wes Moore can step in and take control of Baltimore's juvenile crime crisis. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Topping our morning rush, juvenile crime rates continue to soar in Baltimore City. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning now as another city business closes its doors. And Olivia, are many blaming juvenile crime, though, for this store and this chain closing?
Yeah, Tom, they definitely are blaming juvenile crime. And this Walgreens just behind me here on the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and West Saratoga Street is now closed this morning, but the pharmacy will be open until 3 this afternoon, just like the sign here says. Yesterday, though, was the last full day of operations for the Walgreens. So starting later today, residents in this area will be without a pharmacy. Councilman Eric Costello addressed the closure, and he says the store and pharmacy is closing because it's plagued with juvenile crime. Walgreens, though, has not confirmed juvenile crime is behind the store's closing, but others in the neighborhood are also raising concerns about the crime that they see on a regular basis. This Walgreens is just the latest Baltimore business to close because of crime. Others include Eddie's of Mount Vernon and Lidl. Now, coming up in just about 15 minutes, hear from residents in this area who are concerned about the juvenile crime crisis. Back to you.
In the meantime, Washington, D.C. is declaring a public emergency for juvenile crime, but Mayor Scott says that is not needed here in Baltimore. Shannon Lilly joins us live. And Shannon, the mayor's getting some pushback for saying that we don't need that here.
Yeah, exactly, Patrice. And he's getting pushback from those vying to unseat him. In fact, mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon and Bob Wallace, they believe that an emergency declaration is needed here in our city, if not overdue. And we know that juvenile crime, it's soaring here in our city, much like what they're seeing in D.C. But the mayor says that an emergency declaration is not needed here because the circumstances are different here in Baltimore than they are in D.C. So coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to dig into that further. We're going to hear directly from the mayor and those vying to unseat him. Now back to you.
All right, it's 6:47, and we need to get another check on the forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers eager to talk about your weekend forecast, especially starting with tonight in football. And you're worried about flying rakes?
Darkness there and nothing more.
Never more.
Darkness there and nothing more.
Where's the Raven?
I'm just telling you, that's what they're doing tonight. They're celebrating Edgar Allan Poe. It's a blackout night tonight, so everybody's got to wear your black. It's going to be a big primetime game. Carmelo Anthony going to be in the house. Big Boy performing at halftime. Hey, shake it like a Polaroid picture. That's what you got to do. Got to shake it off here this morning a bit because it is cold right now. Our numbers are mainly in the 30s for a lot of you as you step outside. Getting the kids ready for the bus stop. Beep, beep. Go ahead and teach them what a Polaroid picture is. They'll like that. 36 here next hour. Mid-60s by noon and into the upper 60s through the afternoon. So it'll be an onion effect today where you'll peel back those layers or peel them back like a snake skin. 47 by 9 a.m. Hank the Bird, he's excited because he's a big Ravens and Orioles fan. I mean, they're cousins, essentially. We're back in the 60s here through noon and mid to upper 60s. A real nice afternoon, Clark. We're talking about 58. The average high this time of year, mid to upper 60s. So a lot of us some 10 degrees above average for your highs and a lot more sun expected later today than those clouds we saw around yesterday. 70 if you're heading to the district, mid 60s at Ocean City, 64 in Philly. And speaking of the game tonight, our temperatures will be hanging out after 60s this afternoon. Once that sun goes down before 5 o'clock, those numbers drop and will mainly be into the 50s. So make sure to have the pullover if you're heading out to the Ravens-Bengals game tonight. Overall, our future scan is dry. We're not looking at any rain today. Tomorrow, we're dry for most of the day. The rain doesn't come in until about 7, 8 o'clock tomorrow night as our next weather maker comes through. Behind that, we'll see the clouds Saturday morning, but Saturday afternoon, breezy and cooler conditions. What I want to focus on now is next week, and this is Monday morning. Then as we get into Monday afternoon, we're fine. Tuesday is when the rain is going to roll in. This is a big travel day, Tuesday and Wednesday. And look how much rain we're talking about. We're going to see a pretty good soaking rain up and down the East Coast from the Mid-Atlantic all the way up to the Northeast. And that's going to hang with us even through Wednesday morning. So that could snarl some travel in those areas, especially for folks who are driving and flying. But by Wednesday afternoon, it does look to be out of here. So if you can get out at that time, or if you can get out on Monday, then you won't have to deal with the rain. And the good news is by the time we get to Turkey Day, we're talking about dry conditions. And speaking of your 10-day forecast, hopefully there's no dry turkey out there. Remember that from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, the dry turkey? Anyone? All right, so we're going to be in the mid-50s Thursday. Black Friday starts off in the 30s, but right about lower 50s for Friday afternoon. Overall, cooler conditions, but we're drier toward the end of next week.
We can talk about the better off dead turkey, too. This morning, the Ravens, they're resting up for their game tonight. You can see no blue seats will be shown. As Justin was just talking about, it's a blackout as they face the Cincinnati Bengals. The game will be played right here in Baltimore at M&T. Kickoff is at 8:15. Now, the Ravens are currently atop the AFC East at 7-3, while the Bengals sit in the basement of that division at 5-4. Both teams are coming off losses this past Sunday. Both squads know how important a win is tonight, and for the Ravens, a big key is having a short memory and not dwelling on the past.
We know what happened, so it's just at the end of the day, we got another game Thursday. Mistakes were made. We all know what the mistakes are, but there's really no time to just dwell on it and try to capitalize on that moment. We got to just capitalize on the moment that we got coming up. So our eyes is just on Cincinnati. Just go out there and perform at our best.
I'm excited. It's a short week. Get the nasty taste out your mouth, being able to just get back out and play the game that we all love. So I'm excited to get back out there. It's a home game, so the bank's going to be rocking. So ready to get out there and do what we have to do.
We want to see how you are cheering on the Ravens tonight, right? Scan the QR code as you see right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com. There you can upload your pictures and videos of your Ravens pride. It's all powered by Stackla.
Billy Joel's The Vinyl Collection Volume 2 is out now. And to celebrate, Fox 45 Morning News has your chance to win a daily Billy Joel prize pack. If you win a prize pack, you could then win a trip to see Billy Joel live in New York City for one of his final residency shows at Madison Square Garden. Make sure you're watching Fox 45 Morning News all this week and wait until you see the Billy Joel song of the day. That is when you call in. The first caller with the correct song will win the daily prize and then be put in the running for that grand prize.
And if you have your lineup all set for your fantasy football league, you may want to hold a thought there and think again, because still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, we'll be breaking down this weekend's winners and losers in this week's pigskin predictions.
Plus, while Santa's sleigh gets an update, members of the Baltimore Metro Hog are lending their bikes to give a good cause. The replacement that will be rolling into the Fox 45 parking lot, and it is all to benefit Toys for Tots.
If you're thinking about which toys you can get for those tots, it's a great time to grab something warm when you head out.
It's time for a coffee break. 6:55. Here are some of the stories making headlines this morning.
All 11 members of Virginia's congressional delegation are calling for an investigation into the decision to award the FBI's new headquarters to Maryland. They say the decision process was fueled by politics, stating that a 3-person panel unanimously voted to award the headquarters to Virginia, but they were overruled by someone appointed by the General Services Administration. The delegation says that there's a conflict of interest since that person works for the group who owns the Greenbelt property where the headquarters will be built.
Baltimore police say a 19 and a 20-year-old were arrested for driving a stolen car from Pennsylvania into Baltimore. They were arrested on Pulaski Highway, and officers recovered a loaded handgun in the car. Now, this comes as Baltimore City is approaching 10,000 car thefts this year, on pace to reach that milestone right around Thanksgiving. Over the past month, thefts are down compared to the previous month, but one expert says it'll take more time to tell if car thefts across the city are truly slowing down.
21% decrease is a significant decrease, I would say. So it is noteworthy, but I think it's too early to draw any conclusions. The first question is going to be, is it a sustainable decrease or is it not a sustainable decrease?
Monday morning, a Baltimore police officer was injured in pursuit of a stolen car. Police said the officer walked up to a car with the driver still inside before the driver tried to drive off, dragging that officer several feet. The officer is now out of the hospital. The suspect faces stolen car and assault charges.
And the issue of car theft extends far beyond Baltimore. Washington, D.C. also dealing with surge in crime, especially carjackings. Sam Ford from our sister station in D.C. has more on the city's new camera program aimed at helping to prevent the violence.
This camera faces the front of your vehicle.
In RFK Stadium's lot, D.C.'s for-hire vehicle Sergeant Jason Godfrey instructed the various drivers.
DoorDash, Uber, Uber,
who deliver food or drive rideshare, how to install their new cameras.
I would suggest you put it over here so you can see the passengers in the rear.
Free cameras thanks to a $500,000 grant from DoorDash for D.C. resident drivers because of all the carjacking and robbery here.
We've heard from drivers, whether they be delivery drivers or rideshare drivers, that they feel safer when they have a dash camera.
You think that's good? Yeah, close to the mirror.
Shonell Reed, a 5-year, 5-star Lyft driver, says she'd never had any trouble, but
I've heard several horror stories. I've actually driven past crimes that resulted in death of Lyft drivers.
Her hopes
that they will see that they're being recorded and change their mind, or not even make the attempt to do the robbery or commit the crime.
Same for Alan Powell, Uber driver.
It's better to get a camera to protect me and the customer too.
You will have a red dot at the top.
The drivers arrive, instructions given throughout the day.
They started out with 2,500 of these. They distributed some last week in an event like this, some today, but they say this is the last time. Those who want them can call 311 or check online. They've got well over 1,000 of them left.
Fox 45 News sent a question to every city council member asking if they believe Baltimore should continue using taxpayer dollars to create new bike lanes. So far, we have not heard back, and that's in relation to another story we'll bring you later in the show.
Another Baltimore business is closing its doors, and many say it's because of juvenile crime. Coming up next, we'll hear from some residents in this area who are impacted by that crime.
D.C. is declaring a public emergency for juvenile crime, but Mayor Scott says that's not necessary here in Baltimore. Coming up, the pushback he's receiving from those vying to unseat him.
Well, it's officially a game day, a Purple Thursday with that Ravens primetime game on tap. We'll be talking about the weather for that and what we can expect for the weekend. It's Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, November 16th. Are you ready for some football tonight?
Oh, that's the way to do it. Are you ready for some football? Thursday night football, and Ravens hosting tonight against the Bengals. It's going to be a great game.
We are ready. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here. He's ready to go. We've all got our black because they want it to be a blackout Thursday, but we got the purple too.
Absolutely. Purple Thursday is in full effect, and hopefully a win as we will celebrate tomorrow as a Victory Friday. That's what we hope happens tonight. You never know with these division games, but, you know, we'll see what happens. AFC North's tough this year. Our Towson cam right now, good morning. That sun is up and lighting up some of those trees. Still have some fall colors on them, which I enjoy. 33-year temp in Cockeysville right now, 34 in Baltimore City. Made it up to 40 in Dundalk, but we're still at 37 in Brooklyn Park and down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena in the mid-30s. So a cool Thursday morning, but a sunny and warmer afternoon. Let me tell you, if you're doing some pregame stuff, 4, 5, 6 o'clock, you're going to be good to go with that grill outside. We are tracking some rain for tomorrow, but look at the highs today, guys. We're talking mid to upper 60s, some 10 degrees above average for this time of year. Not much wind out there either. Back with your full forecast, we'll talk about what we can expect for the weekend ahead, as well as a look toward next Thursday, which obviously Thanksgiving, but that travel before Thanksgiving, we'll talk about that. Speaking of travel, right now on the roads, Tom?
Yeah, 701, not looking too bad in your Lens Solar Traffic Network. In fact, some of the area cameras here is the volume that's slowing you down, the outer loops right through Kearney and Parkville area, and that's just because of the volume. No issues to report in the Baltimore region. You have to go to D.C. if you want to find a backup, a major backup.
While Baltimore, like Liz, we've been dealing with similar issues, I want to be clear that I see no need to follow in her footsteps.
We've waited so long before we started dealing with this sooner, which we should have when we saw a trend.
This morning, Fox 45 News demanding answers from city leaders about what they plan to do about soaring juvenile crime rates.
Mayor Brendan Scott and his biggest challenger, former mayor and current mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon, are split on if Baltimore should declare a public emergency, similar to what was just done in D.C. this week by their mayor, Muriel Bowser.
This morning, we have team coverage on the demands for accountability across our area.
Coming up in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be live with the local response to D.C.'s public emergency.
We begin with Olivia Dance. She is live as another city business is closing its door. Many say it's because of juvenile crime. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, this Walgreens behind me here on the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and West Saratoga Street is now closed this morning. The pharmacy, though, will stay open until 3 this afternoon, just like the sign here says. But yesterday was the last full day of operations for this Walgreens. So starting later today, residents in this area will be without a pharmacy. Councilman Eric Costello addressed the closure during a hearing on stolen cars, and he says the store and pharmacy is closing because it's plagued with juvenile crime. Take a listen to what he said.
From DJS on November 15th, that will be the last day of operations of the Walgreens at 312 North MLK Jr. Boulevard, which has been plagued by juvenile crime, which means the communities I represent in Heritage Crossing and then Townsend and the Terraces in Northeast Poppleton will be without a pharmacy because collectively we haven't done enough to get this situation under control. So I want everyone to be aware of the impact of November 15th and why that's a very important date to me.
As you just heard, Councilman Costello is upset. And again, many of the residents he represents will soon be without a pharmacy. Walgreens, though, has not confirmed juvenile crime is behind the store's closing. But others in the neighborhood also talked about the crime that they see on a regular basis.
My community has been hit so hard from 2020 up until now with teenagers going crazy. And no one has done anything about them. They vandalism, Walgreens, MeQ, Center West.
And this Walgreens is just the latest Baltimore business to close because of crime. Others include Eddie's of Mount Vernon and Lidl. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Now we continue our team coverage with the local response to Washington, D.C.'s public emergency.
Shannon Lilly is live with more on reaction from Mayor Scott and mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon. Shannon?
Yeah, and right now, Patrice and Tom, those two are responding in completely opposite ways. So we know that juvenile crime is soaring here in our city, but Mayor Scott is insisting that the city is not in a state of emergency like D.C., and here's why.
Let's remember, everybody that D.C. is a city that's governed differently than ours and any other city in the country. Essentially, D.C. is a city and a state at the same time. They control a whole manner of juvenile systems that we don't, because we have the fabulous state of Maryland, like juvenile service, like social service, like CPS. All of those things are not under the preview of the mayor.
Young people need to have consequences.
So keep in mind, Mayor Muriel Bowser's declaration of a state of emergency in D.C. will allow them to expedite funds and coordinate mutual aid in order to fight the juvenile crime crisis in that area. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, Mayor Scott is insisting the city's rate of juvenile crime does not warrant a public emergency. But those vying to unseat the mayor insist he's making a grave mistake here.
It's gotten out of control, and we've waited so long before we started dealing with this sooner, which we should have when we saw a trend. When we saw 5 cars being stolen or 5 carjacks, we should have gotten on it and figured out what we needed to do to stop it.
But he has to put himself in the shoes of the people, and how do they feel? And if you talk to them, they will tell you we're in a crisis situation.
So as you just heard there, both mayoral candidates Sheila Dixon and Bob Wallace believe a public emergency declaration over juvenile crime is needed right now, if not overdue. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. This brings us to our question of the day. Should Mayor Scott follow D.C. and declare a state of emergency? So far, as you see the bottom there, 93% have voted yes. You can vote right now by going to foxbaltimore.com. This week, state Republicans introduced a 5-part plan to address crime in Maryland, including 2 juvenile crime proposals.
The Juvenile Justice Restoration Act allows parents to substitute for an attorney when their child faces questions from police.
It would also force anyone under 13 charged with a gun crime or any child arrested for the same nonviolent crime 3 times to automatically go into DJS supervision. But the plan does not address problems that we have seen with home detention once a child leaves DJS.
Is there an element in this proposal that goes after the home monitoring aspect of DJS?
So not in this particular proposal, no.
So just so I'm clear, you're referring more children to DJS, but not providing funding or programming to help DJS supervise them?
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut. That's a budgetary issue. As you know, we'll see what Governor Moore's budget says.
Mackenzie Frost pressed Governor Moore on Monday, and he said he will have a plan to address juvenile crime, but it's not clear when those specifics will be released. All right, it's 7:08 now, and we want to get a game day forecast.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the game day, and you know what? The blackout that's happening. So get your black on today instead of purple.
Absolutely. Black and purple, right. But yeah, mainly black. That's what we want to see, the big prime time atmosphere. It's going to be a raucous atmosphere tonight. It's going to be great at the bank. All sorts of fun things going on. We got some sunshine that's out there right now. Our temperature's in the 30s, a few of us in the lower 40s, so you'll definitely want to bundle up as you're getting yourself and the kids out here this morning. But we're going to be sunny and warmer this afternoon. You can shed those layers, my friends, as we get into the mid to upper 60s for our highs this afternoon. So overall, we've got a very nice day ahead. We do have rain that we have to track as we get closer to the weekend. I also want to point out what's going on next week, as a lot of folks will be traveling prior to the Thanksgiving holiday. We'll show you all of that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
What you'll be able to see is military equipment. There is an AK-47, there are cartridges, ammo, there are grenades in here.
The Israeli military showing firsthand what they say is military equipment used by Hamas at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. We have even more new body cam video, this time in our live center, showing the early moments of Hamas's deadly October 7th massacre in Israel. It also shows terror tunnels under Gaza. Now, the United Nations delivered more than 6,000 gallons of fuel to Gaza on Wednesday. Officials say that is only 9% of what the region needs daily to sustain life-saving activities. Here's a look over Capitol Hill this morning as Washington officials back Israeli claims that we were mentioning that Hamas is using Al-Shifa Hospital as a terror stronghold. Families of the Americans believed to still be held hostage by Hamas met with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. The latest reports show at least 9 Americans are still missing. Also breaking overnight on Capitol Hill, police clashed with about 150 protesters outside the DNC headquarters. They were calling for a ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. John Gonzalez from our sister station in D.C. is joining us live outside the DNC headquarters. He's got more on those protests. John, good morning.
Patrice, good morning to you. And you know, this started as a peaceful candlelight vigil last night outside of the DNC headquarters here on Capitol Hill, but it ended with a violent clash between U.S. Capitol Police and demonstrators. And this protest calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war escalated very quickly. Take a look at some of the video here showing protesters shoving police officers and trying to grab hold of metal barricades out here. At least 6 officers suffered injuries ranging from minor cuts, pepper spray burns, or being punched by protesters who turned violent alongside the peaceful protesters. Now, police say about 150 people were, quote, illegally and violently protesting here on Capitol Hill, but the protesters blamed police for the violence, saying it was the officers who rushed them without cause or warning. Several Democratic representatives and candidates were inside the building at the time when it was erupted with chanting out here.
It was so immediate. As soon as we got out here, it seems like we weren't welcome. It seems like the plan was to escalate quickly, that we felt officers pushing us, shoving us.
We are told about 7 lawmakers were huddled in the basement here late last night and then were eventually evacuated by police as protesters, they say, were trying to block the entrances and the exits. We know this morning at least 1 person was arrested. Reporting live on Capitol Hill, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, John, thank you. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour.
It's shameful to see that the union is getting paid these exorbitant amounts of salary compensation while students are failing.
The Maryland Teachers Union is bringing in record amounts of money, but where is all that money going? Still ahead in our next half hour, Project Baltimore investigates how these funds are being used and why it may not be benefiting students.
We continue to demand transparency from Baltimore City's Safe Streets program, why the mayor says possible gang ties do not show a broader issue within the program. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all
We believe that more kids, as you've heard me say many times, if they've been, arrested for robbery after robbery, shouldn't be in a group home, in my opinion. They should be in a secure, detained space.
I want to be clear that I see no need to follow in her footsteps.
D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser declared a public emergency order Monday in hopes of addressing youth crime. Many wondered if that could work in Baltimore to solve some of the crime we're seeing. But as you just heard, Mayor Brandon Scott says the same is not needed in Baltimore. Yuripsi Morgan, spokesperson for the community group Peace, joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So first, when we hear Mayor Bowser say that there's a public emergency, and that's what does that mean? What does declaring a public emergency do? What tools does that bring to the table for her?
Well, I think there's a kind of the mental aspect, right? When the community hears that the leader has declared a public state of emergency, that means that this is a serious issue and we are going to take serious action. Like, we recognize the gravity of the situation, but two, it also opens the door for some funding, for some partnerships. It allows for more people to get involved and say, hey, this is a crisis situation and we're going to fix it.
So what's reaction to Mayor Scott saying we don't need that here?
I am starting to wonder what city he lives in, what city he is the mayor of, because when we go out in the community, and we've held town halls, we're doing all 14 council districts, and in each one of our town halls, we hear from residents who are panicked. They are afraid, and they recognize the gravity of the situation, and they're saying, well, what's going to happen next? And to hear the mayor, I think, be so out of touch with what residents are saying and what residents are experiencing is pretty scary.
So we had one political analyst that we spoke with who said it doesn't look good politically for the mayor to declare an emergency in an election year. It would signal to voters that things are out of control, that he doesn't have control. So do you think any of that is behind what we're hearing?
I think it's a little late for that. In a typical situation, yes, that wouldn't be good in an election year. But I mean, residents really got to stop and think, do you want somebody in office who's going to be more concerned about what it looks like in an election year versus what residents are experiencing day to day?
So what would it look like if Baltimore declares a public emergency? Because it is the topic that is discussed daily among us, among city leaders, among residents. So what more would then come to the table if we say, all right, there's an emergency now?
Well, listen, I think what's important, too, is to recognize that I think the mayor is looking at this wrong. It's not about looking weak. And there actually can be a lot of strength in saying, I recognize what this problem is, and I'm going to do everything that I can to fix this, regardless of the election year, right? And that means bringing in partnerships, bringing in funding, bringing in other resources to help the people of Baltimore, regardless of whether or not you're up for re-election.
All right, we'll leave it there. Yuripsi, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get over now to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at our game day and then our Thanksgiving forecast. So much to look forward to.
A lot of stuff coming up, Patrice. That's exactly right. As we take you into a very busy time of year. We know we had that primetime game out there going on tonight at the stadium. Of course, the O's back at it in March, so a few months away from that. But overall, it's going to be a good atmosphere and a really fun atmosphere, too, as we get into your blackout night tonight. Here's a look at your day planner. In the next couple of hours, our temperatures hanging out in the mid to upper 30s, but we're warming up quickly. Owings Mills, you're going to see those numbers in those low to mid 60s through about noon. So great day for lunch outdoors. And even in the middle part of the afternoon, we'll get close to 70 degrees. So if you got parties planned, maybe taking Friday off and you want to hang out on Thursday for the game and start tailgating early, yeah, do that. Get the grill fired up and ready to go. Check out some of these temperatures as highs across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mid to upper 60s. Looking at 69 in Baltimore City, 67 in Dundalk out there in Essex and Middle River, and 67 in Eldersburg. 58 is typically where we are this time of year. So a lot of us almost 10 degrees above average. Keeping those mid to upper 60s here for Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Even my friends on the Eastern Shore are getting in on some of those mid 60s, even upper 60s out toward Denton, Easton at 65, Talbot County, Centerville right about 65 for you today as well. In terms of tonight's forecast, our temperatures will drop to the 50s for kickoff. But again, if you're hanging out at the stadium before the game, should be great weather. Again, just a light pullover in all black and purple for tonight as well. And here's your leaf cast. If you want to get some of the raking done, today is a great day to do that. Tomorrow we got some rain, especially tomorrow night. And then Saturday, that wind is going to be blowing all of those leaves around. So it'll be a futile effort if you try to do it then. Overall, we're looking good today. Tomorrow, the rain is not until tomorrow night. So we stay dry on Friday afternoon and warm too. The rain comes in about 7, 8 o'clock. So thankfully, this is not tonight in terms of our game forecast. And then we're drier back behind that. And looking ahead to next week, we got some rain showers here that are going to be moving in late Monday night into Tuesday. Tuesday is going to be our next chance for a good soaking rain, so much needed for our drought situation, the wildfires that are taking place in Virginia. That rain is going to stay with us most of Tuesday afternoon into the evening and even lasting into early Wednesday morning when a lot of people are traveling, especially right there in that 95 corridor, New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. So that is going to be a little bit of a fly in the ointment for that travel weather on Wednesday. But the good news is by the time we get to Turkey Day, we're looking pretty good. And Black Friday also looking good next week. We're going to throw that 10-day forecast up for you with temperatures that'll be in the mid-50s Thursday, lower 50s on Friday, but again, dry conditions behind that next weather maker rolling in. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Taking a live look now at M&T Bank Stadium. The Ravens will be under primetime lights for Thursday night football after that devastating fourth quarter loss to the Browns this past Sunday. Yeah, they lost the lead there. Baltimore will be taking Cincinnati Bengals. They plan to lead on home field advantage. Hopefully this game will work. Sundays,
Happy to be out there with the guys.
So you're prepared to be there Thursday?
Yeah, I'm prepared, yeah.
It's a playoff atmosphere, especially with that team, what they've been doing lately.
Players also looking forward to wearing their all-black uniforms because it's blackout tonight.
Sexy. That's a sexy color. I like the color.
Yeah, he called him sexy. Wow, unique way to explain him, huh? When I think of like black, like all black, pretty much what I'm wearing right now, I think of just like, like physical death row type defense. Like that's what I think of when I see like black. It's like more of like, okay, show me what you're about, because like if not, we're gonna show you.
Yeah, the Ravens have a couple of injuries. Coach Harbaugh says they are taking it day by day.
But now, when I watch the game tonight, that's what I'm going to be thinking. Oh, that's
number 8 looking sexy.
Sexy, Lamar. All right. While Santa preps for the holiday season, Harley-Davidson of Baltimore is revving up their engines to help a good cause. Still ahead this morning, the special event that will benefit Toys for Tots.
And this morning we're at First Fruit Farms, making sure those delicious fruits and vegetables get to your tables just in time for the holidays. We'll tell you more about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Yeah, this is a great time of year. Be outdoors. First Fruits Farm is working their work all year round, delivering fresh foods, but they're ramping up things for the holidays.
Mark Clark live at First Fruits Farm. He's got all the vegetables that they're rolling out, and it's just in time for the dinner table, Mark. You must be in a freezer.
It's just in time. You know, well, actually, this is where the magic happens. One of the places. This is Rick Bernstein, the executive director. Rick, you and your wife put this together years ago, right? Hey!
Hey, Brett's here. Yes. Ministry started 25 years ago as a family garden, about a third of an acre. As I say, we didn't even have a tractor, and God took it from there, from 1 to 4 to 8 to 20 to 60 to 120, ultimately over to 200 acres.
Wow.
We grow food and give food away in Jesus' name all over the region.
I love it. So this is where some of the magic happens. Walk us through how, when it's busy, what's going on in here.
Yeah, so shortly, in about an hour, we'll have about 60 kids. I think they're coming from Friends School, and they will be helping us with more bagging of potatoes. So we have raw potatoes that go into these bags. They may also be picking up cabbage, and we've got the bread here from H&S Bakery. H&S is a wonderful partner of ours, so we get truckloads of bread. It's wonderful.
I love it.
And we repack it.
And so Rick, we'll be spending time with Rick this morning again. He's kind of like a version of Santa Claus, like a little version of Santa Claus. And so we're here this morning, guys, having a great time, serving a great cause.
That is wonderful.
Oh, and the story, and just Rick, when he started with just that little quarter-acre lot, and now he's got so much land. Yeah, incredible.
All right.
If you'd like some information about how you can volunteer at First Fruits Farm right up in Freeland, PA, and Maryland, and they're all over the place, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, we are expecting a big warm-up with sunny skies today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how your Ravens forecast is shaping up.
Get ready for an unexpected dish at your Thanksgiving feast. ICE-CREAM. More on this strange new flavor and where you can get it. Well, you can kind of see it right there where you can get it. Big BR right there. That's coming up at the end of the hour. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday. It is Football Thursday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Do you think a lot of people are going to be tomorrow morning?
Probably.
Yeah.
Or they just, it's going to be a lot of coffee.
A lot of caffeine tomorrow. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, thank you for joining us. And we're talking about because it's Blackout Thursday night at M&T Bank Stadium. And we need to find out exactly how many layers we need to wear.
Yeah, darkness there and nothing more is the theme tonight from Edgar Allan Poe. We just played Back in Black for the 7:30 stretch, so I felt that was fitting to kind of get things going for our Thursday. Football Thursday. Looking outside right now, that stadium's going to be rocking about 13 hours from right now in prime time. Everybody's going to be watching Charm City tonight, and what a great afternoon it will be for getting ready for that game. 37-year temp right now in Bel Air. We're 33 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 34 currently in Baltimore City. So numbers staying in the 30s for the next couple of hours. Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. A little on the chilly side, but how about a high today of 69, even lower 70s on the way for you tomorrow. Saturday does bring some cooler conditions, and we'll talk more about the weekend and what we can expect for Thanksgiving next week. That's in just a few.
7:32, and the Maryland Teachers Union raking in record amounts of revenue intended to improve public education.
But as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, we're learning where most of that money is going, and it is not to students.
The annual increases are pretty damn troubling.
Powerful reactions to a Project Baltimore investigation into the Maryland State Education Association, the Teachers Union.
I'm suggesting that what we have seen, Brian, is a creation of a jobs factory that only cares 75,000 members they have in MSEA, cares about the creating more jobs than it does elevating the education.
We analyzed MSEA's federal tax filings and found revenues hit record highs last year of nearly $26.5 million. As student test scores have plummeted. The tax-exempt organization, with a stated mission to elevate the quality of public education, we've learned, has amassed more than $45 million in assets.
What is the plan for this money? How do you plan to spend this $45 million?
One thing that is going down like a rock are the school test scores.
Yeah. That should concern every parent in the entire state.
Now, we're learning more about how MSEA is spending its money. Money that typically starts as tax dollars, which go to schools, then teachers, who pay union dues. Look at this chart from MSEA's federal filing. At least 11 employees earned more than $200,000 in total compensation last year. Christy Anderson, the general counsel, earned $285,000. Sean Johnson, the executive director, earned $276,000. And Kathy Perry, the assistant executive director, earned $259,000. If we dig deeper into the numbers, we can see $16.9 million went towards salaries, other compensation, employee benefits for the union's 93 employees. If $16.9 million went to 93 employees, that means on average, union employees earned nearly $182,000 in total compensation. Keep in mind, MSEA is a tax-exempt nonprofit with a specific mission to elevate public education.
The unions should be helping the schools, not helping themselves. And that's what's happening here.
David Williams is with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance.
It's shameful to see that the union is getting paid these exorbitant amounts of salary compensation while students are failing.
According to federal test scores, we can see Maryland students are declining. In 8th grade math and reading in 2013, Maryland students outperformed the national average. By 2022, we had fallen below the national average in math, and we're tied in reading.
It's frustrating to see that students are struggling in the classroom while the unions are getting richer.
Project Baltimore, starting last week, has sent multiple emails to various high-ranking union officials, including President Cheryl Bost, asking for information about how the union spends its money to benefit students. To date, we have not received any reply.
They should be transparent. There should be oversight, especially considering that they are raising money from teachers.
Our investigation into MSEA is not over. We believe taxpayers deserve answers. The teachers union is tax exempt so that it has more money to fulfill its mission of improving public education. But is MSEA doing that? We will stay on this story. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
This morning, Fox 45 News continues to demand transparency from Baltimore's Safe Streets program.
Now we are taking our questions directly to Mayor Brandon Scott. It comes after a federal investigation into the program.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with his comments and the questions that remain unanswered this morning. Shannon?
Yeah, and like you said, Patrice, there are still a lot of unanswered questions about the Safe Streets program and its possible ties to the Black Guerrilla family, or BGF, gang affiliation. Now, the mayor is insisting that anyone involved in crime that works for the city or for an agency affiliated with the city, they will be held accountable. In fact, take a listen to his response when we pressed him on that this week.
Any individual that has those kind of ties will be dealt with through law enforcement.
Do you think that it's possible that taxpayer dollars are landing in the hands of gang members?
Mackenzie, I think that what we should say about that is we know what's possible. What's true is what's possible. And that's the only thing. The facts will come out in cases. You know, I'm not going to talk about an open federal investigation.
Now, before we could ask our other questions, Mayor Scott ended that news conference. So we followed up with the mayor's team after with these questions here, asking, would you support the state forensic auditors conducting an audit of Safe Streets money to ensure it's being spent properly? And given our recent reporting about the Safe Streets BGF connection dating back to 2010, how long have you known about the possible links? Those questions were not acknowledged by the mayor. Now remember, LifeBridge Health is the nonprofit running the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site, which was the site that was raided. And they told us 2 Safe Streets workers returned to work on October 31st. But now LifeBridge says only 1 employee is working because the other left the organization. Meanwhile, the 1 working employee is doing admin work off-site. And the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location remains closed right now. It's unclear when it will reopen. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. A public emergency declared in D.C. Coming up, some calling for similar action here in Maryland, including a special session to address the juvenile crime.
Walgreens is closing in Baltimore's Lexington Terrace neighborhood in the next hour. How this affects the community and the councilman connecting it to juvenile crime.
Oh, and straight ahead, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers eager to provide you with his full Weather Authority forecast, especially for the football tonight. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:41, making your headlines this Thursday morning in Hagerstown. An inmate is accused of forging documents in the hopes of getting out of prison early.
The Attorney General's office says 38-year-old Jose Tapia was able to create a fake document saying he had been in jail for more than a year. He then sent it to the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, all while behind bars. The document was identified as a fake, and Tapia was not released. He also faces more than 40 counts of theft and identity theft.
We really can't wait till the session comes back for this. This crisis is taking place now, and it's getting very dangerous, and has been for a long time.
D.C. under a public emergency now for juvenile crime. After the break, why some say a special session on juvenile crime in Maryland is required.
A recent report showed there was a decline in casino revenue. Still ahead, how this is impacting the state's finances. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Other cities are calling out the juvenile crime crisis, declaring it an emergency. Muriel Bowser in D.C., the latest, pointing to the record-breaking thefts and stolen vehicles with repeat youth offenders. Now the focus returns again to Annapolis and Baltimore City. Joining us for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, Karen Talk Show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
We're seeing it in D.C., bigger city, and exact same issues here. She's saying, you know what, we need to focus directly on this, calling it out, making it public. Is that necessary? Do you think that needs to happen in Baltimore?
Yeah, I think they have not taken this seriously. And, you know, you see some of the legislation that's gone through, Jill Carter's bill, I think it was her bill, makes it even more difficult to prosecute juvenile cases. And they're treating these criminals like they're children. They are not. They're just young. But they're very dangerous, and they've been emboldened. And this is where you see repeat offenders, because clearly the message is we don't take this very seriously. So we're going to coddle you. So when you're doing your armed carjackings, do whatever you want. because we're not going to do anything about it. And they get the message.
We also Fox 45 spoke with Governor Wes Moore just a few days ago, and his first response was, what are you going to do immediately, though, to help this? And he said, I've been working. This has been my main focus. In fact, I think he said, he's told us his number one priority since he took office has been focused on juvenile crime and holding criminals accountable. But are we seeing that? And what can a governor be doing, besides calling the special session, which clearly he's not going to do now? What can he do outside of that?
Another special session was actually required here, because you really can't wait till the session comes back for this. This crisis is taking place now, and it's getting very dangerous, and has been for a long time. Aside from that, what he can do is, I guess all you can do is try to help the city in ways that you can, since you can't change the legislation right now. But I've always run into problems with this because of politics. When I was the city police commissioner, I requested state troopers from the Maryland State Police, and I was declined because it was then Mayor O'Malley's rival was the governor, and they said no, a lieutenant governor. So I was told no. Then when I was the state police superintendent, I offered troopers to be put in the city. I was told no, because no one wants someone else to get the credit if there's any kind of decline in crime.
We have political analysts that have said that. They say, well, Mayor Brendan Scott, if he does what Muriel Bowser does, then that means he's not doing his job, or he may think that he's not doing his job, and that there's an issue and he cannot run the city, and it's and it's election year.
Yeah, that's exactly what goes on. And sadly, and this is a real thing that happens. The problem is, this is not, like you work for any other company, like you work for BMW, Godiva Chocolate, pick a company. When you mess up in this business, people die. People die, and they lose sight of that, and they put their political aspirations way ahead of the safety and well-being of the citizens they're sworn to protect. And that really makes me angry, because I've encountered this so many times. I think that it goes on and on and on.
Ed, we'll have to leave it right there. Thank you. You can hear Ed Norris every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan, 6 to 10 a.m.
All right, 7:48 now, and we want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Our foodie, Fox 45 Foodie Fridays tomorrow. Tomorrow's Jay. Do you guys know the difference between jam and jelly? I'm asking a serious question.
No.
Jelly.
Is it like the same thing or not?
I'm going to say jelly don't shake like that. I don't know. I don't know the official.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because you hear a jelly roll, but you don't hear jam rolls.
You don't. You hear a jelly donut. You don't hear of a jam donut. So.
No.
All right.
Jam is thicker. Jelly has a shake in it. So let's look it up.
Oh, jelly has that shake.
Yeah, it does.
Dang right. You're dang right. Our weather headlines. Good morning to you. Yeah, they haven't rolled it back yet. We're almost Seltzer Tower clock. Got to get up there. Wind that clock back. Standard time now. We're 34. How about 69 for our high today? Sunny and warmer this afternoon than where we were yesterday. We are tracking some rain that's going to roll in tomorrow. Now, not all day tomorrow. It'll mainly be tomorrow evening into Saturday morning. Can you pull up Patrice's mic? She has something to say.
Your answer is jelly is made using fruit juice, while jam is made using whole fruits that have been smashed or crushed.
Love it. Man, the internet is amazing. Thank you, Patrice Sanders. I almost called you Patrice Russian. That's a compliment, because Forget-Me-Nots, right? That's a great song. 37 next hour, 44 by 9 a.m. We'll be in the lower 50s through about 10 o'clock if you're putting some jam or jelly on your breakfast dishes, and our sun is up until 4:52 tonight. Now, looking at our MetroCast day planner, we're in the lower 50s by 10 a.m., but check some of these numbers here at Brewers Hill. Mid to upper 60s if you're out and about this afternoon. Gorgeous day. We're talking about temps still in the lower 60s by 5 p.m. after the sun goes down. So get those grills going for the Ravens game tonight, doing some outdoor tailgating perhaps, and mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures today. Some of us about 10 degrees above average. Continues for you in Howard and Arundel counties, almost 70 in Elkridge, 68 Glen Burnie and Pasadena, even low to mid 60s for you in Annapolis. For the game tonight, kickoff 8:15, so it'll drop into the 50s, but overall not too bad. You'll just want to know that those numbers will drop throughout the course of the game. So as you have your all black gear on and your purple to kind of highlight that, just be aware that this is going to be a little on the chillier side. Now, if you're going to be flying today, pilots, great day to fly. Visual flight rules. We're up there with Sergeant yesterday flying around and seeing what's going on out there. Finally got to land at Tangier Island. Never done that before, so that was a lot of fun down there. TGI. All right, 60s and 70s the next 2 days, but then notice those numbers drop back to the upper 50s on Saturday and Sunday. Wind is going to kick up, especially on Saturday morning. Next week, we're tracking this Tuesday and Wednesday. That's going to be our next big weather maker, and those are big travel days where we're going to get a good amount of rain here and up and down the East Coast for that matter. So we'll continue to keep our eye on that and let you know exactly what you need to do to plan for said weather. Back to you.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Sony Music Entertainment and Sony Electronics.
Billy Joel's Vinyl Collection Volume 2, it's out, and it brings together Billy Joel's enormously successful albums from the later part of his career.
Now is the time. Here is the Billy Joel song of the day, Vienna. Call now at 410-469-8308. That number right there on the screen. And you could win.
Yeah, the first person to call with the correct song of the day will win that daily Billy Joel prize pack. And you'll be in the running to win a trip to see Billy Joel live in New York City for one of his final residency shows right at Madison Square Garden. So good luck. Call now.
How would you like to get up to $100 from Lyft, the company's new holiday ride program, and what it has to do with late pickups? That's all after the break.
And we're at First Fruits Farm, and the slogan says, grow, give, and serve, and that's exactly what they do. One of the trucks filled with potatoes. They serve over 70 organizations just giving back. We'll tell you more about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Maybe if you're heading out to First Fruits to volunteer, it's a little chilly this morning.
That's right, and you need to get yourself revved up. Perfect time for a coffee break. Trending now to reduce holiday travel stress, Lyft is launching an airport pickup guarantee.
Now, the ride-sharing company promises on-time pickups in most major markets with a rewards bonus if they are late. If your driver is more than 10 minutes late, that's $20 in Lyft cash, another $50 if you aren't matched with a driver in 10 minutes, and another $50 if you have to use another service instead.
Oh, that's good. I got dumped by an Uber trying to get to the airport.
No money for Ubers.
I was so anyway, if you're looking for something sweeter this Thanksgiving, Baskin Robbins, they've got you covered.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's see about this. Turkey Day Fixin' is the ice cream chain's newest flavor. It tastes just like it sounds, they claim. It combines the taste of sweet potatoes, autumn spices, cranberry sauce, and honey cornbread, all in one savory scoop.
I think it could be good.
Right. But if you'd like to try the new flavor, it's available now in stores and through most delivery services.
I'm trying to think where there's Baskin Robbins I can stop by on the way home. All right, coming up after the break, sunny skies for tonight's game. We're going to have that answer. A live look at your Purple Thursday forecast with meteorologist Justin James. Probably won't be sunny because it's 8:15.
That's right. He's triggering, too, showing that clock. If you've heard of Santa's sleigh, what about Santa's Harleys? In our next hour, how motorcyclists are lending their bikes for a good cause this holiday season. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Okay. Another Baltimore business is closing its doors, and many say it's because of juvenile crime. Coming up next, we'll hear from some of the residents in this area who have concerns.
And tensions are boiling over as demonstrators in the nation's capital call for a ceasefire in Gaza.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, good morning to you on this Thursday, November 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen has the day off, and we need to find out exactly how warm it's going to get this afternoon, especially if you're getting ready to tailgate tonight at M&T.
That's right. It's going to be a good night. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
Great night at the bank for sure. And we are talking about temperatures today that I think a lot of us are going to like. Not November-like by any means. We are talking about the really bright sun that is out there right now from our Towson camera. Mile 1 Auto Group's cam showing us clear skies. We're in the 30s in Cumberland, 43 in Westminster, made it to 42 now in Baltimore City, and 44 currently in Annapolis. So our temperature's not too bad. You'll still need a light jacket at least for the next couple of hours, but will not need anything. 65 by noontime. We're talking about shorts and t-shirt weather for sure. And if you want to get that grill fired up as you pregame tonight, we're talking about really nice conditions for that. We will talk about the rain that is on the way by tomorrow and also what we can expect for the weekend, including a look ahead to Thanksgiving, which is coming up next Thursday. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And some of the cameras around the Beltway showing some slowdowns. There's no real issues to report at this moment, except for that one. You see it? That is south of the city. It's 695's inner loop right at Edmondson Avenue, where 3 vehicles are involved. They're pulled over to the right shoulder, but you can see the slowdowns because of that. So there's some flashing lights there, and hopefully that will clear up quick for your morning commute.
While Baltimore, likewise, we've been dealing with similar issues, I want to be clear that I see no need to follow in her footsteps.
We've waited so long before we started dealing with this sooner, which we should have when we saw a trend.
This morning, Fox 45 News demanding answers from city leaders about what they plan to do about the soaring juvenile crime rates. In fact, Mayor Brandon Scott and his biggest challenger, former mayor and current mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon, they're split on if Baltimore should declare a public emergency similar to what was just done this week in D.C. by their mayor, Muriel Bowser.
This morning, we have team coverage on the demands for accountability across our area. Coming up in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be live with the local response to D.C.'s public emergency. But we begin with Olivia Dance, and she is live as another city business is closing its doors. And many say, Olivia, it's because of juvenile crime.
Yeah, Patrice, that's right. And this Walgreens behind me here on the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and West Saratoga Street is now closed this morning, but the pharmacy will be open until 3 this afternoon, just like this sign here says. We also actually just saw some employees get here, and they opened up the doors because they're going to start opening up the pharmacy, but the store itself is closed. Yesterday was the last full day of operations for this Walgreens, so starting later today, residents in this area will be without a pharmacy. Councilman Eric Costello addressed the closure during a hearing on stolen cars, and he says the store and pharmacy is closing because it's plagued with juvenile crime. Take a listen to what he said.
From DJS on November 15th, that will be the last day of operations of the Walgreens at 312 North MLK Jr. Boulevard, which has been plagued by juvenile crime, which means the communities I represent in Heritage Crossing and then Townsend and the Terraces in Northeast Poppleton will be without a pharmacy because collectively we haven't done enough to get this situation under control. So I want everyone to be aware of the impact of November 15th and why that's a very important date to me.
And they beat the employees up.
As you just heard, Councilman Costello is upset, and again, many of the residents he represents will soon be without a pharmacy. Walgreens, though, has not confirmed juvenile crime is behind the store's closing, but others in the neighborhood also talked about the crime that they see on a regular basis.
My community has been hit so hard from 2020 up until now with teenagers going crazy. And no one has done anything about them. They vandalism, Walgreens, MeQ, Center West.
Now, this Walgreens is just the latest Baltimore business to close because of crime. Others include Eddie's of Mount Vernon and Lidl. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now we continue our team coverage with the local response to Washington, D.C.'s public emergency.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with more reaction from Mayor Scott and mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon. Shannon?
Yeah, and those two, Tom and Patrice, they are responding in opposite ways. So we know that juvenile crime is soaring here in our city, but the mayor is insisting that the city is not in a state of emergency like D.C., and here's why.
Let's remember, everybody, that D.C. is a city that's governed differently than ours and any other city in the country. Essentially, D.C. is a city and a state at the same time. They control a whole manner of juvenile systems that we don't, because we have the fabulous state of Maryland, like juvenile service, like social service, like CPS. All of those things are not under the preview of the mayor.
Young people
So keep in mind, Mayor Muriel Bowser's declaration of a state of emergency in D.C. will allow them to expedite funds and coordinate mutual aid in order to help combat the war on juvenile crime. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, Mayor Scott is insisting the city's rate of juvenile crime just doesn't warrant a public emergency. But those vying to unseat the mayor insist he's making a grave mistake.
It's gotten out of control, and we've waited so long before we started dealing with this sooner, which we should have when we saw a trend. When we saw 5 cars being stolen or 5 carjacks, we should have gotten on it and figured out what we needed to do to stop it.
But he has to put himself in the shoes of the people, and how do they feel? And if you talk to them, they will tell you we're in a crisis situation.
So as you just heard there, both mayoral candidates Sheila Dixon and Bob Wallace believe a public emergency declaration over juvenile crime is needed, if not overdue. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
What you'll be able to see is military equipment. There is an AK-47, there are cartridges, ammo, there are grenades in here.
The Israeli military is showing firsthand what they say is military equipment used by Hamas at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. We have even more new body cam video just into the live center. This shows the early moments of Hamas's deadly October 7th massacre in Israel and also their terror tunnels under Gaza. The United Nations delivered more than 6,000 gallons of fuel to Gaza on Wednesday. Officials say that is only 9% of what the region needs daily to sustain life-saving activities. Taking a live look over Capitol Hill as Washington officials back the Israeli claims that Hamas is using Al-Shifa Hospital as a terror stronghold. Families of Americans believed to be held hostage by Hamas met with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. The latest reports show at least 9 Americans are still missing. Also breaking overnight, this right here on Capitol Hill, police clashed with about 150 protesters outside the DNC headquarters. They were calling for a ceasefire in the war between Israel and Hamas. The U.S. Capitol Police Department called it an illegal and violent protest, and they arrested some of those involved. That is the latest from the Live Center.
Virginia's entire congressional delegation is at odds with the state of Maryland over the new FBI headquarters. An investigation into this decision could be ahead. And in Hagerstown, an inmate's attempt to get out of prison doesn't go as planned.
Temperatures 30s and 40s to kick off your Thursday morning, warming up very nicely for this afternoon. We'll talk about just how warm we get and how long these warm temps stick around.
8:10, taking a look now at stories developing around the state this morning. In Hagerstown, an inmate is accused of forging documents in hopes of getting out of prison early. The Attorney General's office says 38-year-old Jose Tapia was able to create a fake document, and it said that he had been in jail for more than a year. He sent that to the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, all while he was still behind bars. The document was identified as a fake, and Tapia was not released. He also faces more than 40 counts of theft and identity theft. In Baltimore, a Parkville woman has been arrested for a road rage shooting incident. Police say 40-year-old Naisha Jackson and another driver began throwing things at each other's cars as they were driving along MLK Boulevard last week. Well, that confrontation continued, leading to a shooting along Lombard Street downtown. Finally, the two cars were stopped on Waterview Avenue in South Baltimore. That is where Jackson was arrested. Police say they found a loaded gun in her car, along with nearly $10,000 in cash. Jackson faces multiple charges, including attempted murder. A government shutdown looks to be avoided for now, but how long will funding last as the bill awaits the president's signature? Maryland's casinos seeing a drop in revenue. Why that could have a major impact on state education dollars. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
$8.15, a new report shows that casino revenue was down in October from a year ago. The dip in revenue is bad news for education spending, and it puts even more fiscal pressure on state finances. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is here to explain why. David, good morning. You know, when you think of casino money, you think a lot of money. The fact that it's down, you have mixed feelings about that. Maybe people are not gambling as much, which could be a good thing for them. But in terms of what it means for the state, not necessarily good.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. And the numbers are a bit alarming because we're looking at a 25% drop in revenue for the casinos of October this year versus October last year. In the first 4 months, it's about a 10% drop. So this is happening across the board and also in other states. And the casinos bring in a lot of money, whether you like or don't like casinos. They're bringing in a lot of money, about $2 billion in revenue, and 40% of that goes to the state. So we're talking, $600 to $700 million a year that the state is getting from that. That's real revenue. And when the revenues for the casinos goes down, as you mentioned, that means the state isn't getting as much, and therein lies the problem.
And so the states know that that's a variable amount. They know there's not a set amount they're going to get each year, but they write into their budget what I'm guessing they think they're going to get based on years past. So now they have to make up that shortfall.
They do. And if you look at the breakdown, the local districts get about $100 million from this casino revenue. And the biggest problem that I see is education spending. $600 million a year from this revenue goes towards education. And we all know that the Kerwin Commission is spending a lot of new money, and they're counting on casino revenue, the $600 to $700 million. But if this dips even further, they may only get $500 million. And it puts a bigger hole in the state budget. And Patrice, we've talked about this. The state has a structural deficit starting next year, and this lack of revenue or dwindling revenue is a serious problem. And I think it just puts a lot more pressure on the state to find places, hopefully not to raise taxes, but to cut spending. So it's something the state has to look at, and state legislators and the governor, I think, are going to have to look at the casino revenue and what it means long term for the state.
All right, David, we'll leave it there. You need to get out to a casino. Always bet on black, David. All right. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers now. It'll be a good day to bet on black because it is a blackout at M&T Bank Stadium tonight.
And it's interesting you tossed to me, the guy from Vegas, about casinos, right? I mean, I was born in a casino.
Hey.
Not really. I was born in California, but raised in Las Vegas from year one through a long time. Either way, good morning to all of you. Yeah, it is a blackout night tonight for sure. So exactly about 12 hours from right now, Ravens are going to be playing football right there at M&T Bank Stadium. So as you head out tonight, it will be a great atmosphere. And let me tell you, the weather today leading up to the game is going to be spectacular. Real nice fall afternoon with well above average temperatures. I know Hank the Bird is excited about the Ravens and all things taking place. Yep, 46 next hour. Mullins is going to be in the house. Big Boy from Outkast at halftime. What? It's going to be crazy. Even Mello is going to be there as the legend today. So it's going to be awesome. All right, our high temps, mid to upper 60s here is what we're talking about for our highs. 58 is typically where we are for this time of year. But overall, those numbers about 5 to 10 degrees above average. Even for the Eastern Shore, Chestertown, Stevensville, down into Easton, you're going to see some low to mid 60s, right about 63 in the capital today. The other capital, D.C., it's 70 this afternoon with 69 in Richmond and mid 60s if you're heading up to Philly on 95 North. So kickoff tonight, 8:15. Temperatures will drop into the 50s after our very nice above average day. And yeah, it'll get a little chillier as the night goes on. So between 8 and 11 tonight, make sure you have the long sleeve blackout gear. There's our leaf cast right there. And you can see Thursday afternoon, a great day to do some raking. Friday is not too bad, but we have some rain Friday night into Saturday. And then Saturday, that wind is going to be blowing all of those leaves around. So if you really want to get things cleaned up before the wind rolls in, I'd get that raking done today. Here's a look at our future scan, and everything looks great for the afternoon. Lots of sunshine. Tomorrow, we're dry through the most of the day on Friday. It's going to be after about 4 or 5 p.m. before any of those showers roll in. And we're talking just a few light showers between about 7 and 9 p.m. on Friday evening. Behind that, the wind's picking up. We'll see that cooler air coming in, but we stay dry for the weekend. Real quick look ahead at next week. And this is Tuesday when a lot of people are going to start traveling. We're going to pick up some rain showers here by Tuesday afternoon, and especially Tuesday night into Wednesday. Look at all of those darker greens and yellows where we could see some good rain, some much needed rain, but that also could put an impact on people who are trying to travel, especially early Wednesday morning up and down the East Coast as the system is going to be with us. Could see some snow in the Boston region and areas to the north from that, and that obviously is going to be a big issue for travelers on that busy travel holiday. But by Wednesday afternoon, most of that is going to be gone, and Thursday actually looks really nice for most of us here on the East Coast. Again, maybe a few showers in the northeast. But overall, our temperatures that will be kind of close to average. Maybe a little on the cooler side next week, but how about 60s and 70s for this week? That's how we're going to wrap things up through tomorrow. Upper 50s on Saturday and Sunday. We're back to the mid 50s Monday, and then again Tuesday and Wednesday next week. That's what we're tracking, as a lot of folks are going to be traveling, and we got to deal with that rain. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. It looks like the government will stay open for now. After a late night vote in the Senate, a bill to fund the federal government now goes to President Joe Biden. And a White House official says he does plan to sign it. But that doesn't mean the spending battle is over. The bill's two-tiered funding runs out just into the new year.
We expect that fight when we get back from Thanksgiving.
Well, hardline House Republicans say they want Speaker Mike Johnson to push back against Democrats. Making headlines this morning, all 11 members of Virginia's congressional delegation are calling for an investigation into the decision to award the FBI's new headquarters to Maryland. They say the decision process was fueled by politics, saying a three-person panel unanimously voted to award the headquarters to Virginia, but they were overruled by someone appointed by the General Services Administration. The delegation says there's a conflict of interest since that person works for the group that owns the Greenbelt property where the headquarters will be built. The Ravens take the field tonight, but before that happens, see who I take on this week for Pigskin Predictions as we put our gridiron knowledge to the test.
And we're at First Fruits Farms this morning. Again, this truck getting ready to head out. You got the delicious cabbage, the apples, going out to over 160 agencies as they help people eat healthy and also get ready for the holidays. We'll talk about it more coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Supporting families all around the DMV, and you can volunteer to make a difference. Mark Clark is live at First Fruits Farm with all the pumpkins, the corn, the potatoes, all of what you need in time for Thanksgiving. Mark.
Good morning. I'm back with Rick Bernstein. Now, Rick, you were saying the distribution, this has been quite effective.
Absolute total game changer for us. You know, during COVID, we ended up taking on more and more roles, right? More and more duties to make sure that the produce that we harvested got to people that needed it. So this building allows us to have a professional loading dock. You can see we have all these different positions. It allows us to very efficiently move things around and ship things to a whole variety, 170 different distribution partners. For our Thanksgiving project, we have about 70 organizations we're working with, from the Ed Reed Foundation to folks with Fellowship of Christian Athletes in Baltimore City to Man of Bible Baptist, a whole bunch of different churches. So really exciting.
And I think, Rick, it's important people understand this is what you do. You basically are distributing this food. I love it.
6 days a week. We're here basically farming the land, using our produce and donations from other farmers and places like H&S Bakery or Hanover Foods to basically take care of people that are hungry and hurting.
Well, bless you for what you do. Thank you so much again. And again, I think Graham's getting a shot of the amazing cabbage and the apples, just a few of the things that you give.
Great example. The cabbage obviously is ours that we just are in the process of harvesting, one of our last crops. And to the left are apples from a partner in West Virginia.
Thanks again, Rick. Again, guys. It's almost like Christmas out here.
Love everything about what they're doing. Good job. All right, if you want more information about helping, volunteering, donating, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. We are warmer today with a chance of showers Friday. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker. And if you're heading to the bank this evening, he's got your Ravens Day game forecast. 8:20.
We continue to demand transparency from the city's Safe Streets program, how the mayor is responding to concerns over possible gang affiliation.
A new Project Baltimore investigation into the Maryland Teachers Union, where funds have gone as student performance drops and union revenues rise.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday. 8:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to head right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got the forecast not only for the game tonight, but also leading into the weekend before Thanksgiving. A lot of turkey getting prepped.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. I mean, we're 1 week out from right now. We do have a pretty big weather maker that's rolling in next week that we have our eyes on. We also have our eyes on what's going on tonight on our big blackout game there at M&T Bank Stadium. Should be a great night for football. Let me tell you, a great afternoon as well. Temperatures now are in the 30s and 40s, but we're going to see those numbers steadily rise. We're talking mid to upper 60s here as we take you through noon and into the 2 and 3 o'clock hours. Some of us real close to that 70-degree mark, which is about 10 degrees above average for this time of year. So we'll top out at 69 today. We will get to the 70s tomorrow, even though we have some rain to deal with tomorrow night into Saturday, and then we get right back down to average with those cooler numbers for the weekend. We'll take a closer look at all of that and lay it out for you coming up in just a few.
The Maryland Teachers Union is raking in record amounts of revenue intended to improve public education.
But as Project Baltimore Chris Babs explains, we're learning where most of that money is going, and it's not to our students. Chris?
Yeah, good morning. So the reason we started looking into MSEA, the Maryland State Education Association, is because we had a teacher from Baltimore County reach out to us saying, listen, my dues are going up, but the union won't tell me how it's spending my money. So we started looking at their 990s, which are financial filings that 501c, nonprofits, have to file with the IRS. And this is how we started getting into this story. And we have more coming up in the coming days and weeks. But what we did was we looked at the salaries and compensation for people who work for the union. Now, there are 93 employees who work for the teachers union, MSEA. According to their federal filings, they spend $16.9 million on salaries and compensation and other benefits. That would come out, guys, to $181,000 on average for the 93 employees of the union. Now, the union does not pay taxes, and the purpose is that the union has more money to fulfill its mission, which is to help the students, the public school students of Maryland. So we're simply trying to ask questions. How does paying your employees an average of $181,000 a year benefit the students of Maryland? The union pretty much is ignoring us. We have reached out multiple times. We're not getting an email back, a phone call back, a text message back. We're not getting anything back. They are ignoring our questions on this issue.
Is anyone else reacting to this story, though, now that you've got this out there?
Well, a lot of people are yes. So a lot of the local radio stations, the talk radio stations, are talking about it. We have interviewed economists. We've interviewed people that are taxpayer defenders. A lot of other people have reached out to us, and it's just, this is a lot of money. $181,000 on average per employee. Now, also in the 990s, if you look at it, they list their the people they pay the top money to. This is part of what they have to do for their federal filings. And we can see that there's 11 employees who work for the union, at least 11, who are earning over $200,000 a year. Remember, the union was created with the mission to elevate public education for all students. That is the stated mission that grants them the ability of not being able to pay taxes. How is paying 11 employees over $200,000 a year and $181,000 on average benefiting the students of Maryland? We're going to continue to look into their 990s. We have more stories that are coming up on this because this money starts as tax dollars. These are tax dollars that go to teachers. The teachers pay the union dues. That's the line of progression here. We're going to keep looking into this, and we're going to get answers.
Yeah, and of course your story, Chris, too, is that it's showing the students' test scores have been going down and getting worse as those raises and more money, $45 million, keeps going to the union. So thank you.
Absolutely.
It's 8:35 now. This morning, Fox 45 News is continuing to demand transparency from Baltimore's Safe Streets program.
We're taking our questions directly to Mayor Brandon Scott. It comes after a federal investigation into the program. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with his comments and questions that remain unanswered. Shannon?
Yeah, like you said, Tom, there are still a lot of unanswered questions about the Safe Streets program and its possible ties to the Black Guerrilla family, or BGF, gang affiliation. Now, the mayor is insisting that those committing crimes who are working for the city or any programs affiliated with the city, they will be held accountable. In fact, take a listen to his response when we pressed him on that this week.
Any individual that has those kind of ties will be dealt with through law enforcement.
Do you think that it's possible that taxpayer dollars are landing in the hands of gang members?
Mackenzie, I think that what we should say about that is we know what's possible. What's true is what's possible. And that's the only thing. The facts will come out in cases. You know, I'm not going to talk about an open federal investigation.
So before we could ask our other questions, Mayor Scott ended that news conference. So we followed up with the mayor's team with these questions here, asking, would you support the state forensic auditors conducting an audit of Safe Streets money to ensure it's being spent properly? And given our recent reporting about the Safe Streets BGF connection dating back to 2010, how long have you known about the possible links? Those questions were not acknowledged by the mayor. Now remember, LifeBridge Health is the nonprofit running the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site, which is the site that was raided. And they told us 2 Safe Streets workers returned to work on October 31st. But now LifeBridge says only 1 employee is working because the other left the organization. Meanwhile, the 1 working employee is doing admin work off-site. And the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location remains closed as of this morning. No word on when it will reopen. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Turning now to developments in the Israel-Hamas war. Israeli troops are conducting a raid inside Gaza's largest hospital in search of Hamas stronghold. The IDF says it has found weapons in the MRI room and in the main hallway and also tunnels underneath the structure. But the World Health Organization says entering the hospital is inhumane as thousands of Gazans continue to shelter there.
Turning to the war's local impacts, political support and public funding are now at risk for a Maryland-based nonprofit over what some are calling anti-Semitic rhetoric. Last week, CASA's longtime executive director released a controversial statement on the war in the Middle East. Olivia Dance has more on what was said and then reaction from both sides. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, dozens of lawmakers are calling that statement vile, hateful, and anti-Semitic. Let's pull up that statement that has now been deleted by CASA's executive director. The remarks expressing CASA's steadfast solidarity for Palestine's relentless fight for freedom. The statement going on to call for an immediate ceasefire and the halt of U.S. tax dollars promoting the ongoing violence, and concluding with, quote, "We firmly assert free Palestine now."
I was obviously hurt. I was surprised.
And for them to go ahead and, just come out and call for genocide of Jews is pretty horrendous.
State and local leaders issuing a swift and strong response, and 19 Jewish Maryland General Assembly members calling the comments deeply disappointing, inaccurate, and ill-conceived, while 7 Montgomery County senators threaten to pool public funding. This comes as the comments are already costing CASA private funding from one of its largest donors, the Harry and Jeanette Weinberg Foundation, withdrawing $150,000, saying in part that there's no place in our community for hate. Attempting to apologize, CASA, the Maryland-based immigrants' rights group, replaced the controversial statement with a brief post, reading in part, "We write to acknowledge that our words have caused hurt. We are conducting further work to refine our message and clarify our values, and will issue another statement soon."
I wouldn't really call it a full apology, but then it says that they're going to put out an updated statement. Yet it's been over a week and they haven't done so. And so clearly they're not really sorry about this statement that they put out.
That's a good start. And certainly it's an appropriate thing to do. I am of the belief that more should be done.
And while some argue that the damage is already done, dozens of other local advocate groups are now demanding that lawmakers retract their threats to stop funding, including Maryland's ACLU, who says that they are firmly defending CASA's right to free speech. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. After an attempt to drop the lawsuit, many major social media companies are now in a legal battle over teen usage.
And we are warmer today, but bundle up in your black if you are watching the Ravens this evening. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your game day forecast and a look at our next weather maker coming up.
Check it out. Santa's rolling into Fox 45. That's right. That's on the 41st Street Bridge. Just ahead, why he's giving a reindeer a break for motorcycles. Here's a live shot outside of our studio. I'll be out there hanging out with them in just a few minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
.43 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast looking outside. Lots of sunshine right now. We are going to warm up nicely as we head into the afternoon. So maybe a jacket now, but you will not need it later today. Definitely those sunglasses and keep the umbrella in the bag because we are not needing that until at least tomorrow. So if you want to get out for a run or a jog, next couple of hours, 40s and 50s, enjoy it. We'll talk more about your Ravens game day forecast coming up.
All right, you won't believe what's coming out here out of the Fox 45 studios. We've got, a group of hogs, if you will, right? Isn't that the official title? And they're joined by Santa, the reindeer that uses a little bit of gas and a whole lot of noise. Watch out, Rudolph. They're coming for your nose. That's coming up right after the break, how you can help these guys out.
The Ravens lost last week in a heartbreaker. I lost pigskin last week, so it was just a bad football week overall. So I'm looking to bounce back this week. I think I can take this guy. Kelly Bell of the Kelly Bell Band is my challenger for this week's pigskin predictions. What's with the hat?
I thought I would wear my ego today.
Yeah, because it's big.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, you know what? We're not even going to do that game. How about that? We're going to put you in your hat in your place already. All right, well, let's get to the game of the week, the Thursday night game. Cincinnati Bengals at Baltimore Ravens. You already know.
Go Ravens.
I know.
Go Ravens.
That
I don't
loss
even believe
was,
we're talking about that game.
I couldn't believe that it came down to that. They're bouncing back. You know, they want everybody wearing all the black. It's the blackout at the bank. So I'm going Ravens.
I'm going Ravens too.
All right, how about this one though? Pittsburgh Steelers at Cleveland Browns. Now Cleveland plays everybody hard, plays everybody well, just not the Steelers.
Yeah, but I'm going to go with the Browns this time.
You think so?
I think they're on a roll right now, and if you pick Pittsburgh, ooh, you're going to get some emails.
Well, if I pick the Browns, then I'm going to get some emails because, you know, they just did us dirty. So.
You can't really win on this one.
Right. I think the Browns are probably going to pull this off.
Where this is two now that we're agreeing on.
I know, so I don't know if I want to go with the Browns on this just for the sake.
Just to be different.
Oh, this is a hard one.
I dare you to pick Pittsburgh.
I'm going with the Steelers just because.
I'm staying with the Browns.
Yeah, you might win this one. All right, the Jets at Buffalo Bills.
I'm definitely going Buffalo.
I'm going. I mean,
it's kind of hard not to.
They had a hard loss though Monday night, so I'm going Buffalo.
And the Jets are doing much better than everyone thought they would.
But not good.
No.
All right, so I'm going with the Bills too. All right, Las Vegas Raiders at Miami Dolphins. I like what's going on with the Raiders. They've got this new coach. The coach has got everybody just excited, embracing them. And I like the story. Like, you know, he was a fan since he was a kid of the Raiders. And I'm going with the Raiders.
He's going to be a fan in the playoffs. I'm going Dolphins.
Are you?
The whole way.
All right. I'm going.
I think they're going to surprise. And I think it's going to be a high-scoring game.
All right, well, so we'll see. All right, the Monday night game. That's the game everybody's going to be watching. Philadelphia Eagles at Kansas City Chiefs. Redo of the Super Bowl. What do you think?
I think I hate myself right now because I have actually lost 3 girlfriends to Philadelphia Eagles. So I hate the Philadelphia Eagles.
You got a beautiful wife now.
Adrian,
you are married and living the life.
And look, quiet as it's kept, even she went out with a Philadelphia Eagle. I hate that football team, but I am picking them.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm going with the Eagles.
I am picking them, absolutely. I'm crazy, not stupid.
Okay, well, we're both going with the Eagles. Interesting backstory, though.
Yes.
All right, well, share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Just go to my Facebook page and leave me a post.
I'm going to talk to Patrice about picking against the hometown team of me, the Raiders, but whatever. See what happens. Good morning to all of you. And yeah, we're talking about the big primetime game tonight, the blackout game, M&T Bank Stadium. Overall, our temperatures today are going to be nice and warm, mid to upper 60s, but by kickoff at 8:15 in the mid 50s. And then those temps drop throughout the game. So make sure to bring the Ravens pullover and be appropriately attired. But check out these high temps today across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mid to upper 60s. Towson, Lutherville, Timonium over to Perry Hall and White Marsh, 67 in Dundalk for this afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor, low to mid 60s for New York and Philly, and close to 70 in D.C. for the afternoon. Now, numbers are going to be above average tomorrow, but then notice Saturday and Sunday, those numbers drop back down into the 50s, and it will be quite a bit cooler this upcoming weekend. Overall, in terms of our future scan, we're not tracking any rain today, and even for tomorrow, the rain is not until tomorrow night. We're talking after about 5, 6, 7 p.m. That's when some of those showers roll through. Not a lot of rain with that, but there is a pretty decent amount of rain that's on the way for us for next week, and that includes our big travel days right before Thanksgiving. So here's your 10-day forecast. Breezy and cooler Saturday, upper 50s Sunday, and then those temperatures will stay in the 50s, but again, rain, especially on Tuesday afternoon into Wednesday as folks are traveling. Turkey Day and Black Friday right now looking dry but cool.
Oh yeah, you know what that sound is? That's the sound of Christmas rolling through for the holidays. Joining us right now, in fact, let's head over here real quick because we want to show you exactly who owns all of these Harleys, or Santa's their own new reindeer, because the reindeer are taking a break, but we're hanging out with Santa himself and also a whole lot of people from Harley. And the reason why we're here, and Dina, tell us exactly what's going on, why Harley has rolled through here, and what you're doing coming up for Toys for Tots.
So we support our local Hog chapter in raising money and getting donations for Toys for Tots. We've been a drop-off location for quite some time now, and we do anything we can to support our Hog guys.
Yeah, hanging out with us here at Fox 45, we head over to them. If you guys watched us for any amount of years, you know there's a whole lot of toys that coming through here with Dina Kress. Thank you so much. Santa, I'm going to get to you in a second, but first, Eric Evans, let's talk about when you're riding and you hear that thunder coming through, why Harley is such a big participant, though, in this and the sound of the bikes.
So we love toys, and kids love motorcycles, and people love the sound of Harleys, and they always pay attention to us, and we always love doing this drive with Toys for Tots. So it's been great to do this. So we've been doing this for several years, and like this Saturday we're doing a Toys for Tots fundraiser at the store. Starts at 9:30. We're going to do a poker run in the store, and there's a chance to win $100 in gift cards. Yeah. And then we also have wonderful pictures with Santa, so you can bring your kids, your dogs, your pets, and sit with Santa and have a family picture.
And of course, Santa, I mean, I know you probably have a couple different bikes, then the elves whip them up for you a little bit, right?
It's all very varied. I have the sleigh, I have the bike, four-wheeler. It depends on where I'm going.
Honest, yeah, well, let's be honest. Which one do you like? I mean, the sleigh or the bikes?
I take the Harley right now. It's the...
See that? Come on now.
I take the Harley for today.
For the comfort of it, too, and everything. I mean, you're sitting behind all those reindeer every once in a while, depending on what they're eating. And, all right, and so, Dina, we are also going to be doing this, and you said this is happening, this little poker is happening when?
This is happening this Saturday, 10 to 3. So we have an in-store poker run. We are going to have, again, they said pictures with Santa. Yeah. And we're going to have food available, too. So bring the whole family.
The Hogs here, that's the Harley Owners Group, and behind us we also have somebody we need to salute real quick here, because this is Gunnery Sergeant and Perose is here joining us. Okay, so what happens if we can't make it out to Harley? How do we get toys so that you guys can help the Marines get help?
Well, if you can't make it out this Saturday, we do have scattered drop sites throughout the counties. You can go on our website and view under contacts. They're all listed. But also, while you're on the website, if you'd like to, you can make also a donation.
All right, and there you go. Sergeant Key Rose is here and helping us here, the gunnery sergeant here too, the Marines. And you got all the Hogs out here and the bikes. It's about to get loud in the parking lot, but before, if you want to join them, because look at what they got right here. Check this out. That's right, they're doing it. It's time for a coffee break. 8:57 and topping your morning business report, Target is reporting a better than expected quarter. While sales were weaker than a year ago, earnings and revenue surpassed projections. They had lowered them and now they beat them. Demand for beauty products picked up. Target recently debuted many Ulta shops within their stores. You see a photo of one right there. Venmo is announcing new changes that it made, making it easier to split your bills. Now, the mobile payment app is rolling out Venmo Groups. It's a new way to split, manage, and then settle various expenses between people. The update will allow for groups to add expenses to a payment over time and then see who owes what without having to use outside apps to organize and then calculate all the payments. Well, now it is time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
I'm going to tell you about something that you need, but you may not even realize you need it. Compression socks. I travel a lot, and so I keep these in all of my carry-on bags, so I have them at all times. They really are helpful for just maintain your overall health, because the heart is working so hard to pump blood throughout your body, and when it goes down to your feet, that's easy. But it's getting it to come back up because it's working against gravity. That is the challenge, and that's where these compression socks come in handy. Dr. Siegel, a doctor of course, created these, and so he just put a lot of extra care and thought into these. They're antimicrobial, they have silver ion, and they have this extra cushioning. I just got these, and I really like the purple, the lavender, because that's my favorite color. But the other thing is they're compression, but they also are really good stretchy, so it's not that compression that's painful. These are at such a great deal. You could buy one and give them to anybody in your family or even some of your friends. You're getting up to 20% off of Dr. Siegel's compression socks. He really did put a lot of thought into these, so you want to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Washington, D.C. declares a public emergency to address a rise in juvenile crime. We pressed the mayor on his response to the ongoing juvenile crime crisis in Baltimore.
Walgreens closing its Baltimore Lexington Terrace neighborhood location. How this affects community and the councilman connecting it to juvenile crime.
Our temperatures are cool now, but we are going to be warmer for the afternoon. We'll talk about how long these above average numbers stick around. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, November 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. I won a Harley now. We're just outside with 10 Harleys.
Making a lot of noise.
Yeah, making a lot of noise out there. Yeah, I tended to make a lot of noise, but the bikes were like unbelievable. And they've got hand heaters, they've got radio going, all this stuff. You know, you got your coffee here. It's like riding in a car, right, hun? I could bring one home, right?
No, not if you were coming to my husband would not get an okay on that. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
You barely get to fly, man. You're not going to be able to ride a bike. Come on.
I am like Santa out there. I fly, maybe on the bike.
That's good stuff. I like how you asked Santa, too. Santa was like, I like the Harley. So that was good stuff. And, you know, Toys for Tots, we're great to be proud sponsors here at Fox 45 as well. So when we come in, a lot of us can bring in our toys and donate. We got one of those big boxes in our lobby. So if you're coming here for our show, you can drop them off here. Our Towson cam right now, overall, not too bad. In York Road, we've got that sun that is shining brightly. And our temperatures are warming up. We are made it to 50 in Baltimore and Annapolis, also 50 in Westminster, 44 in Bel Air, 46 currently for you in Chestertown. So numbers will keep climbing. We'll be in the mid-50s next hour and close to 60 by 11 a.m. And we're on our way to highs today. That will be almost 70 degrees. We look to get to the lower 70s tomorrow, so even warmer, even though we have to track a little bit of rain as well. We'll do your full forecast, and we'll take you all the way into your Turkey Day travel updates. Let you know about that in a few.
While Baltimore, like Liz, we've been dealing with similar issues, I want to be clear that I see no need to follow in her footsteps.
We've waited so long before we started dealing with this sooner, which we should have when we saw a trend.
This morning, Fox 45 News demanding answers from city leaders about what they plan to do about the soaring juvenile crime rates.
Mayor Brandon Scott and his biggest challenger, former mayor and current mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon, are split on if Baltimore should declare a public emergency, similar to what was just done in D.C. this week by their mayor, Muriel Bowser.
Well, this morning we have team coverage on their demands for accountability all across the area.
Coming up in just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be live with the local response to D.C.'s public emergency.
We begin with Olivia Dan. She is live at another city business which will be closing its doors in hours. Many say it's because of the juvenile crime. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom, this Walgreens just behind me here on the corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and West Saratoga Street will be closing today. The pharmacy, though, will stay open until 3 this afternoon, just like this sign says. But yesterday was the last full day of operations for the Walgreens here. So starting later today, residents in this area will be without a pharmacy. Councilman Eric Costello addressed the closure during a hearing on stolen cars, and he says the store and pharmacy is closing because it's plagued with juvenile crime. Take a listen to what he said.
From DJS on November 15th. That will be the last day of operations of the Walgreens at 312 North MLK Jr. Boulevard, which has been plagued by juvenile crime, which means the communities I represent in Heritage Crossing and then Townsend the Terraces in Northeast Poppleton will be without a pharmacy because collectively we haven't done enough to get this situation under control. So I want everyone to be aware of the impact of November 15th and why that's a very important date to me.
As you just heard, Councilman Costello is upset, and again, many of the residents he represents will soon be without a pharmacy. Walgreens, though, has not confirmed juvenile crime is behind the store's closing, but others in the neighborhood also talked about the crime that they see on a regular basis. And I also just spoke with one resident who told me about the crimes she's seen at this Walgreens.
It's a big concern. You know, they come in a pack of 20, 15, and come into the store and ambush the workers, snatch and grab, beat them up. So it's sad. I think they need to come down harder on these kids because the parents are participating in them. They need to hold them accountable for their kids.
Now, this Walgreens is just the latest Baltimore business to close because of crime. Others include Eddie's of Mount Vernon and Lidl. And that resident that you just heard from told me that other nearby businesses, including in this parking lot here, have also been impacted by the juvenile crime. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Now we continue our team coverage with local response to Washington, D.C.'s public emergency.
Shannon Lilly live now with more reaction from Mayor Scott and mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon. Shannon.
Yeah, so those two are responding in completely opposite ways, Patrice and Tom, and we know the juvenile crime, it's soaring here in Baltimore City, but the mayor is insisting that the city is not in a crisis right now with the juvenile issue, and it's not the same, he says, as what they're experiencing in D.C. Here's why.
Let's remember, everybody, that D.C. is a city that's governed differently than ours and any other city in the country. Essentially, D.C. is a city and a state at the same time. They control a whole manner of juvenile systems that we don't because we have the fabulous state of Maryland, like juvenile service, like social service, like CPS. All of those things are not under the preview of the mayor.
Young people need to have consequences.
Now, remember, Mayor Muriel Bowser's declaration of a state of emergency in D.C. will allow them to expedite funds and coordinate mutual aid in order to help with the war on juvenile crime. Meanwhile, Baltimore Mayor Scott is insisting the city's rate of juvenile crime does not warrant a public emergency, but those vying to unseat the mayor insist he's making a grave mistake.
It's gotten out of control, and we've waited so long before we started dealing with this sooner, which we should have when we saw a trend. When we saw 5 cars being stolen or 5 carjacks, we should have gotten on it and figured out what we needed to do to stop it.
But he has to put himself in the shoes of the people. And how do they feel? And if you talk to them, they will tell you we're in a crisis situation.
So as you just heard there, both mayoral candidates Sheila Dixon and Bob Wallace believe a state of emergency declaration over juvenile crime is needed right now, if not overdue. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. This week, state Republicans introduced a 5-part plan to address crime in Maryland, including 2 juvenile crime proposals.
The Juvenile Justice Restoration Act allows parents to substitute for an attorney when their child faces questions from police.
Now, it would also force anyone under 13 charged with a gun crime or any child arrested for the same non-violent crime 3 times to automatically go into DJS supervision. But the plan does not address problems that we have seen with home detention once a child leaves DJS.
Is there an element in this proposal that goes after the home monitoring aspect of DJS?
So not in this particular proposal, no.
So just so I'm clear, you're referring more children to DJS, but not providing funding or programming to help DJS supervise them?
Those kids need more than what the child in need of assistance or child in need of supervision system can provide them. And so I think resources have been cut. That's a budgetary issue. As you know, we'll see what Governor Moore's budget says.
Mackenzie Frost pressed Governor Moore on Monday. He said he will have a plan to address juvenile crime. It is not clear when those specifics will be released.
An anti-Israel protest right outside the Democratic National Committee headquarters in Washington, D.C. turned violent just last night.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, what happened?
Well, Tom and Patrice, U.S. Capitol Police said about 150 people were illegally and violently protesting outside the DNC headquarters, while numerous lawmakers were meeting inside, including the top 3 House Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries, Catherine Clark, and Pete Aguilar. The anti-Israel demonstrators said they wanted to block the entrances and exits to force the politicians to see their candlelight vigil and hear their calls for a ceasefire. The police say the protesters were getting violent. Protesters, though, blame police for the escalation, saying the officers rushed them without warning. 6 police officers were treated for injuries as a result of the demonstration. 1 person was arrested and accused of assaulting an officer. Capitol Police said all members of Congress were evacuated from the area.
There's been a lot going on, Kayla, inside and outside Capitol Hill this week. It's just unbelievable how many stories there are. But lawmakers, in the meantime, made some progress yesterday by passing that bipartisan bill to avoid a government shutdown, at least for now, for the holiday. What can you tell us was brought up in that agreement?
Yeah, a little bit of breathing room here, Tom. So Senate lawmakers overwhelmingly passed House Speaker Mike Johnson's 2-tiered spending bill Tuesday night. The resolution will keep the government open through early next year, avoiding a shutdown before the holidays. The bill keeps funding at current levels for the next 2 months, allowing more time for a long-term spending package to be negotiated. Now, hardline conservatives voted against this short-term fix. They aim to use the threat of a shutdown to get Democrats to agree to some massive spending cuts. Speaker Mike Johnson has promised there will be no more stopgap funding bills this Congress.
Kayla Gaskins live in Washington. Thank you. We are continuing to demand transparency from Baltimore's Safe Streets program, why the mayor says possible gang ties don't show a broader issue with the program.
Beyond health care concerns, legal support is crucial after any diagnosis. Coming up after the break, important documents someone should have when getting an Alzheimer's diagnosis. 9:10, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:13. After an Alzheimer's diagnosis, many think of the medical complications that will follow, but it's also important to sort out your legal affairs before it might be too late. Joining us this morning, co-founder of HWK Law Group, Nicole Hewitt, is joining us with the legal steps that you should take. Good morning.
Good morning.
So why do you need to think about a lawyer after a diagnosis like that? Because that's not where your mind goes first.
No, that is not typically where your mind goes first, but it's really important because somebody with an Alzheimer's diagnosis, at some point they're going to lose capacity to sign documents. So it's so important that you get those documents in place before that capacity is lost and they can sign them. Two of the documents that are really important are your advanced medical directive for healthcare, and then also, excuse me, a financial power of attorney, because that will allow somebody to handle your medical and your financial affairs for you.
Is there a particular type of attorney that you go to for this?
So it's really important that you talk to somebody that has a focus in elder planning, because you look at it with a slightly different eye.
So are some of those kinds of things, they may already be in place if you've done a whole comprehensive plan? I mean, they tell you to do all that kind of stuff now, but the truth is a lot of us have not done that. So now is the time to think about that.
Now's the time to think about it. And if you also have already done those documents, it's a great time for a review, because some of them could be outdated. There also could be provisions in there that you need for your family to be able to help you that may not be in a standard document. So it's really important to have one that's a little more customized than your standard.
So when you get this diagnosis, you're probably overwhelmed. The family is overwhelmed about what might come. Are there resources to help you navigate through that? Because you know you're a little bit everywhere.
Absolutely. So there are tons of resources out there, and that is why an elder planning attorney is really important, because they should have those resources to give you guidance. So the Alzheimer's Association is a fantastic resource. There's care managers that can help you discuss in-home placement, or if there's facilities that eventually down the road that your loved one may need to go to. But really, knowledge is power. So it's knowing what in the future, resources in the future that the family may have, and knowing those things brings some peace of mind to know, okay, we have a plan.
Is this the kind of thing that more than one family member can be on the documents or part of the planning? Because if it's a parent and there's siblings, that's something you want to help be supported by your siblings, and one person doesn't want to take it all on.
So either one person can be a point of contact, or there could be multiple people that are named as your agents to help. And then in addition, you may want somebody as a point person and then somebody else as a backup, just in case that person cannot do it anymore.
And of course, it's not one and done. You can change this. You can revisit it over the years. If the situation changes, if family, dynamics change, it can be redone, relooked at.
It can always be redone and looked at up until the point when that individual loses capacity to sign. So it's really important that you maybe look at older documents to say, is that really the person that I want making these decisions for me?
And so what happens then? What if you don't have this in place? What does the family go through if the person with the Alzheimer's is not able to make decisions anymore?
So in that circumstance, you have to go for a court-appointed guardian. That's not a nice process. It can last about 6 months. It's expensive. It could cost thousands and thousands of dollars, whereas a simple document costs hundreds of dollars. So there is an option if you don't have the documents, but it's not ideal.
No, and you want that to stay within the family. You want that kind of decision making there. All right, thank you so much. Good to start thinking about it. All right, right now we are thinking about the game tonight. We want to see what we need to put on for that. We know we need to wear black, but how many layers?
At least maybe one extra layer. You know what I mean? You're not going to be there in short sleeves and shorts. I mean, you can do all that today while you're getting ready for the game and pre-gaming, and then when you get to the game tonight, just make sure you have that layer. It's not really going to be that windy either. Just our temperatures are going to drop after the sun goes down. But overall, our Towson cam looking good right now. Plenty of sunshine from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam looking right down York Road. Straight up 50 degrees officially. A little westerly wind, about 6 to 10 miles an hour, and that wind will be more out of the south and southwest later today, but not enough to be a 1 or 2 club win for golfers. So if you're getting out there on your forecast, 65 by about noontime. Great day to be outdoors, mid to upper 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. I love me some fall golf. Won't be able to play until next week, but it's all good. Our Ellicott City shot there in Columbia, Elkridge, Glen Burnie, Pasadena, all in the mid to upper 60s for your high temperatures today. Also in Harford and Cecil counties will be in the mid to upper 60s for you, and even out toward the eastern shore, my friends there in Rock Hall and Centerville, over to Chestertown. in the low to mid 60s for your highs later today. So those numbers are still well above average. And yeah, let's fire up that grill cast in that 4, 5, and 6 o'clock hour. Throw some meat and veggies on the grill and enjoy your time with family and friends getting ready for the game. Even in the 7 o'clock hour, we're still going to hang out in the 50s. So by game time, which is 8:15 p.m., we will have temperatures that will drop into the 50s, and we'll continue to drop through the evening, but nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, these temperatures still kind of in the above average category. We'll keep above average numbers going tomorrow. In fact, we slide into the lower 70s for a lot of you on Friday afternoon. Then notice on Saturday and Sunday, numbers back down to earth in the mid to upper 50s, even Monday being the coolest day of the next 7. And then we keep those 50s going through Thanksgiving week next week. Now, on our future scam, we're tracking dry conditions for today. Even tomorrow, we're going to stay dry for most of the afternoon. We have some clouds that'll roll in. This is all ahead of that next weather maker, so we get the warm air ahead of that cold front. Rain not until after about 5 p.m., if that. We're looking at maybe 8, 9 p.m. when some of those light showers will roll through. Not tracking a lot of rain with this system. And behind it, we'll have some clouds left over Saturday morning, but Saturday afternoon, the breezy and cool conditions will be with us. Less wind on Sunday, but plenty of sunshine. And then we turn our attention to next week, where we're seeing a pretty significant weather maker that's going to bring in quite a bit of rain to the area. Shout out to Tracy in Dundalk. That is Hyper Piper, the doggy, even though that dog doesn't look very hyper right there. But a beautiful shot right there. Tracy, thanks for sending that picture in from Dundalk. And temperatures, as I mentioned, over the next couple of days are going to stay in the above average category. We're breezy and cooler on Saturday, and then we keep those upper 50s going Sunday. Now, Monday's dry, but Monday night and a Tuesday, we're going to start to see that next weather maker roll in. Pretty decent amount of rain, a good drought-busting weather maker, which is good. We need that. But remember, Tuesday and Wednesday, a lot of folks are going to be traveling for the holiday. And if you're heading out of town or you got folks coming into town up and down the East Coast, we've got a big weather maker we have to track for next week. And we'll keep our eyes on that as we get closer to it as well. Back to you.
Let's take a look at your lane solar traffic network. And one major issue that we're dealing with southwest of the city here, you see this right at 95, basically from 295 on. This is the inner loop. 3 vehicles are involved. You can see the fire trucks and the are blocking almost all the lanes. They had them completely shut off. They just started allowing 1 lane to come by. So you're back to all the way up to 295, the inner loop right through the southwest portion of Baltimore. There's also apparently a nasty car crash that's happening on Jacksonville, right south of Jacksonville Elementary School, and that's blocking Jacksonville Road there, where there's some vehicles that are flipped over there. So 2 incidents. One is basically up in Baltimore County. This one, though, southwest of the city, that's causing some major delays. Well, let's take a look at some of the events that are happening today across our region. Baltimore City fire officials and the American Red Cross, they are hosting an event celebrating smoke alarm program. You see that up here and the progress that it's made. The group says the program has helped save more than 30 lives just this year. Plus, Baltimore City Council will hold a meeting on reported shortage of athletic trainers across Baltimore City public schools. We'll also be discussing several vendors who have said that they have not been paid yet by the city school system.
Get ready for an unexpected dish at your Thanksgiving feast. We're talking ice cream. More on this strange new flavor and where you can get it. That's coming up at the end of the hour.
And we've been at First Fruits Farm all morning. They're about serving the community. In fact, they have an event on Saturday serving over 300 families in Park Heights. We'll talk more about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Oh, 9:25, and from turkeys to potatoes, this farm has been partnering with community organizations for years.
Mark Clark live at First Fruits Farm with how they're preparing for Operation Holiday Blessings. Mark.
Hey guys, that's right. They serve the community. Jameson is here with us. And so Jameson, in the background, is this a typical day out here?
No, every day is different. So today we're packing bread. We finished up our growing season. About 2 million pounds of produce this year is what we grew. And we're getting ready for Thanksgiving, adding bread to our donation to our distribution network.
And I love the fact that, you know, different ages, different groups, people from all over the place come in and not only volunteer, but also receive. I mentioned you guys have an event, I think, Saturday of feeding like over 300 families.
Yeah.
And that's what you got. You guys really are here to serve, right?
Yeah, we're here to serve, and it's great to be able to do it together with the community. Get the community involved, kids, adults, all ages.
I love the vibe. Like some of the kids who've never been to a farm before get a chance to actually go out there, and they're actually out there picking apples and doing this and that.
Yeah.
Are you always surprised by the reactions?
Yeah, I am. You know, it's growing up around it, I'm used to it, but it's cool to get, show people what life is like on the farm, and it's always an adventure. It's a great place to be.
Well, we appreciate what you're doing, man. Keep up the great work, guys. And again, you can just feel the spirit of giving here. I mean, this is not just for the holidays. They do it all the time. And again, from growing it to giving it away to having people volunteer and then having people come pick it up. So it's just all giving, just in time for Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah. And corporations can do it. Schools can do it. Church groups do it. Yeah, what a great place to be go and get some volunteer hours for high school kids.
And it's a well-oiled machine. They've got it there. All right. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We are expecting a big warm-up with sunny skies later today. A little haze from this shot right here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how your Ravens forecast is shaping up.
What's behind us is the past. I'm looking forward to the future.
Ravens are looking to rebound after a tough loss last Sunday. Still ahead, how the team is feeling ahead of their matchup against the Bengals. 9:27, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this game day Thursday. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are blackout tonight, and there's somebody that has a poem related to it and the reason why. Plus, he's talking about the weather.
Yep, that's right. I knew you were going to call me on it. I forgot.
You've been saying it all
I know. It's darkness now, therefore whatever, right?
Never more.
Something more.
Something more, yeah. Dang it. I've been practicing that all morning, too. That's what they're doing. Obviously, the Ravens, Edgar Allan Poe. You know what? Speaking of that, too, we have a magician that will be talking to an international sensation. He's going to be in studio in a few minutes, and we'll chat with him about the Poe series that he's talking about. We know we love our Poe around here. All right, our downtown Baltimore cam right now looking out over the inner harbor. We have the skies that are mainly clear right now. A little bit of haze out there. Actually going to potentially see some of that wildfire smoke kind of creeping in as we head toward the afternoon. That's from those fires in Virginia. Upper 40s and lower 50s. Your temperatures right now, Cockeysville and Baltimore, 50 in Annapolis, 50 as well in Stevensville. Darkness there and nothing more. Yes. Darkness there and nothing more. Thanks, Tom, for the assist. We'll get to the upper 60s today, and we will have the darkness coming earlier tonight because that sun goes down just before 5 p.m. We'll talk more about that game day forecast in just a few. Tom, what do you got for us on the roads? Hopefully everything is bright.
Yeah, well, there's some, well, look at this. Talking about the Ravens, look at this. Yeah, a shot over here. We've been following the tail feathers there over inner and outer loop here, and this is over the Parkville area, and you can see the outer and inner loop. There is an accident the opposite side of the loop here where we have the inner loops at 695, and you are backed up because of 3 lanes. It looks like they've already got 3 lanes open. That was shut down to almost 1 because of 3 vehicles involved there. So that's some great news. So the loop is wide open.
This morning, Fox 45 News continues to demand transparency from Baltimore's Safe Streets program.
And now we are taking our questions directly to Mayor Brandon Scott. Comes after a federal investigation into the program.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with his comments and the questions that remain unanswered. Shannon?
Yeah, like you said there, Patrice, there are still a lot of unanswered questions about the Safe Streets program and its possible ties to the Black Guerrilla Family, or BGF affiliation. Now, the mayor is insisting that those committing crimes while working for the city or a program affiliated with the city, they will be held accountable. In fact, take a listen to his response when we questioned him on that this week.
Any individual that has those kind of ties will be dealt with through law enforcement.
Do you think that it's possible that taxpayer dollars are landing in the hands of gang members?
Mackenzie, I think that what we should say about that is we know what's possible. What's true is what's possible. And that's the only thing. The facts will come out in cases. You know, I'm not going to talk about an open federal investigation.
So before we could ask our other questions, Mayor Scott ended that news conference. So we followed up with the mayor's team after with these questions here. We asked, would you support the state forensic auditors conducting an audit of Safe Streets money to ensure it's being spent properly? And given our recent reporting about the Safe Streets BGF connection dating back to 2010, how long have you known about the possible links? Well, those questions were not acknowledged by the mayor. Now remember, LifeBridge Health is the nonprofit running the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site, and that's the site that was raided. And they told us 2 Safe Streets workers returned to work on October 31st. But now LifeBridge says only 1 employee is working because the other left the organization. Meanwhile, the 1 working employee is doing admin work off-site. And the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location right now and this morning remains closed, and there is no word on when it will reopen. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you believe Mayor Scott is being transparent about Safe Streets? So far, 98% of those who voted say no. You can weigh in at foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the Pulse tab.
The federal investigation into Safe Streets has led to renewed calls for an audit to learn how Monzi hires its employees and uses your taxpayer dollars. Well, while some are asking for an immediate audit, Mayor Brandon Scott says not right away.
We've talked to the comptroller, who is in charge of doing audits for the city, and he and I agree that it should be done, and we're going to do it the way that the voters, the residents of Baltimore, said it should be done.
I believe that Safe Streets needs to halt, and I think that it needs an audit and to be reassessed to determine the direction that we need if it's going to exist.
We know it is taxpayer money, and so it doesn't matter, you know, that it's going to a separate entity or a pass-through. It matters where the money's originating from, and the money's originating from the taxpayers' pockets.
Fox 45 News has been pushing for transparency from Safe Streets for years now. You can find all of our previous reporting and follow our investigation right at our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Now to the latest on the Israel-Hamas war. In Boston, protesters are calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, and they are blocking traffic. This is a live look now from Boston University Bridge. This protest started at about 8 o'clock this morning, and the group can be heard chanting and singing "Ceasefire now." Well, turning to the war's local impacts, political support and public funding are now at risk for a Maryland-based nonprofit over what some are calling anti-Semitic rhetoric.
Just last week, CASA's longtime executive director releasing a controversial statement on the war in the Middle East.
Olivia Dance has more on what was said and reaction from both sides. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, dozens of lawmakers are calling the statement vile, hateful, and anti-Semitic. Let's pull up that now deleted statement from CASA's executive director. The remarks expressing CASA's steadfast solidarity for Palestine's relentless fight for freedom. The statement going on to call for an immediate ceasefire and the halt of U.S. tax dollars promoting the ongoing violence, and concluding with, quote, "We firmly assert free Palestine now."
I was obviously hurt. I was surprised.
And for them to go ahead and, just come out and call for genocide of Jews is pretty horrendous.
State and local leaders issuing a swift and strong response, and 19 Jewish Maryland General Assembly members calling the comments deeply disappointing, inaccurate, and ill-conceived, while 7 Montgomery County senators threatened to pull public funding. This comes as the comments are already costing CASA private funding from one of its largest donors, the Harry and Jeanette Weinberg Foundation, withdrawing $150,000, saying in part that there's no place in our community for hate. Attempting to apologize, CASA, the Maryland-based immigrants' rights group, replaced the controversial statement with a brief post reading in part, "We write to acknowledge that our words have caused hurt. We are conducting further work to refine our message and clarify our values, and will issue another statement soon."
I wouldn't really call it a full apology, but then it says that they're going to put out an updated statement. Yet it's been over a week and they haven't done so. And so clearly they're not really sorry about this statement that they put out.
That's a good start, and certainly it's an appropriate thing to do. I am of the belief that more should be done.
So while some argue that the damage is already done, dozens of other local advocate groups are now demanding lawmakers retract their threats to stop funding, including Maryland's ACLU, who says that they are firmly defending CASA's right to free speech. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Coming up, is social media addicting? A big decision in a major consumer court case. That's coming up after the break.
Thanksgiving is 1 week away, and we are expecting some rain that could impact your travel plans. Still ahead, we're taking a look at your Turkey Day forecast. 9:38, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Thousands of Starbucks employees at hundreds of locations plan to strike today in what's being called the Red Cup Rebellion.
Now, the walkout coincides with Starbucks Red Cup Day, when stores give away free holiday cups with every purchase. Starbucks Workers United says the chain's biggest event of the season and the most taxing on understaffed workers. So Starbucks says it's aware of the walkout, but the union and the coffee giant haven't met in more than 4 months. In a major blow to several social media companies, a federal judge denies a motion to dismiss a lawsuit filed by hundreds of consumers.
The suit alleges that Google, Meta, Snapchat, and TikTok intentionally addict teen users and are associated with the development of mental health issues. The case will proceed, and the tech companies have yet to issue a statement on that decision. Self-checkout counters may be on their way out. Exactly.
We're not trained in them. They throw you in there. You don't get a break room. You don't get benefits. I don't know how to ring up bananas, but I'm supposed to know that. Anyway, I'm done. All right. Booth, a British supermarket chain, is removing the stations from all but 28 of its stores. Walmart, Costco, Wegmans, and other chains are also looking to revise their self-checkout strategies. Customer complaints include that machines are slow, they're unreliable, impersonal, and have difficulty with fruits and veggies. Thank you. All right. See, I'm not alone. Retailers have also found self-checkout leads to higher merchandise due to customer errors and shoplifting, so higher merchandise being stolen or lost, or shrink, as they call it in the industry.
Man, that's the part I don't like, checking my bags as I'm leaving the store. All right, well, coming up, add ice cream to Thanksgiving, a strange new flavor that you may or may not want at your holiday feast.
Oh, and it's a magical morning right here in our studio. Coming up after the break, a spellbinding chat and performance by our top magician. Wait a minute.
Oh, you got to stick around to see.
Good tease.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Don't blink or you might miss it. magic coming to the Lord Baltimore Hotel. Joining us this morning, international magician sensation David Parr is with us, who's going to be performing this weekend. Good morning.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you as well. I love magic. I had a magic set as a kid. I know you did too. How long have you been doing magic? And you don't have to date yourself, but I mean, you know, how long?
7 years old.
Yeah, 7 years old.
I received a magic set as a gift. And I find that usually magicians start between the ages of 7 and 13.
And you used to do shows for your parents and their family?
For the family, my poor family. And then I worked the library circuit in my hometown.
That is hysterical. I love that. Now, look, you won on Penn and Teller's Fool Us. That airs on our sister station, CW. What was it like impressing them? Because you were telling me during the break that you didn't know that you had really won.
No, I had estimated my chances of fooling them at about 40%. Okay. So when Penn said, "We don't know Jack," my brain just froze. I just thought, well, he's joking.
Yeah.
And then I thought he was doing a bit, but then Allison Hannigan, the host of the show, was like, "You fooled them. You're a fooler." And then it finally registered in my brain.
And that you won, and you went back a second time as well. Now, talk a little bit about some of the magic that you do, and go ahead and do whatever you're going to do. You like to do close-up stuff.
I do.
Which I'm a big fan. Sleight of hand, all sorts of things. So, and you're an accomplished author as well. Don't want to let that go because you've written a lot of great books. But talk about some of the things you're going to do, or show me what.
I will. This, Justin, was one of the key pieces of evidence in the Salem witch trials.
Oh, wow.
They called it a poppet, which is an old-timey word for a handmade doll like this. Hold out your hand flat like this.
Absolutely.
Do you feel any witchy vibes emanating from that doll?
I'm not going to lie, I kind of do. It feels a little shaky-ish.
Weirdo.
Wow, okay.
There are two perfectly innocent reasons why this might have been found in someone's house. First, these were common children's toys. Hold on to this. Okay. And second, there was a tradition where a piece of the fall harvest was made into a doll like this. Okay. It's kept as a kind of good luck charm, but the magistrate in Salem didn't go for those explanations.
Right, they didn't like that.
This was used for witchcraft.
That was the whole thing.
Specifically for placing a curse on someone, and I'll show you how that works.
All right.
First, I picture someone I don't like. Give me a moment. I have someone, my 7th grade algebra teacher. Then I make a circle over the doll like this. You'll see the magic taking effect in just a moment here. Check this out.
Okay.
Now, would you please hand me that glass?
Sure, absolutely.
See, now the curse is trapped. It can't harm anyone.
Okay,
you can get a nice close look at it.
Yeah, okay.
See him moving around in there?
Yeah, it is.
I think he wants to get out.
We don't want that out, especially with algebra, because nobody likes algebra.
In that case, we need to reverse the curse.
Okay,
so would you make a clockwise circle over the top?
Clockwise circle. I know they're wrapping me right now, but I don't. This is too fun.
I'm going to take this out. Go ahead, make a counterclockwise circle. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Going.
Going down, going down, going down.
There we go. The spell's broken.
Did I just do that?
Just a normal creepy doll now.
Okay, if you can see more of this weekend. We're talking at Lord Baltimore tomorrow and Saturday. Talk really quick about the show, the Poe series, because we're big Poe fans here.
Poe's Magic at the Lord Baltimore Hotel. It's show time is at 9:15 on Friday, and it's at 8 p.m. on Saturday. But arrive early, have a drink at the bar. It's a very cool hotel, very pretty.
I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks again, David. Appreciate it.
Great to meet you.
Appreciate you being here. You guys like that? I got a little witchy in here.
Yeah, you did.
Creepy doll is right, but that was cool to see that go down. All right, trending this morning, if you are looking for something sweet this Thanksgiving, Baskin-Robbins has got you covered.
I love the photo that we show before we take this. Turkey Day Fixin' is the ice cream chain's newest flavor. It tastes just like it sounds, they claim. Combines the taste of sweet potatoes, autumn spices, cranberry sauce, and honey cornbread, all mixed into this savory scoop, as it's posted here. If you'd like to try the new flavor, it's available now at stores through most delivery services, too.
I actually want to try this.
We should get our magician/meteorologist to try it. First, and then let us know how it goes.
Your hand, you're good.
I know, it was weird because he was right there. I mean, close-up magic. I was
right.
I mean,
did it.
I had a little magic thing that I did with coins that I used to do with my parents and friends. And
did you try?
I wasn't very good. No, I don't know where it is, but I mean, I used to do it. I was just like him, like performing.
No,
so.
You weren't just like him, though.
No,
he was good.
Yes, he came with creepy dolls and everything.
No. I'm saying we both started doing magic when we were 7. So,
Got it.
Okay.
But magic this weekend.
The magic this weekend?
Yeah, isn't that Friday the show, right?
Oh, yes, for him.
Yeah.
Yes, Saturday, Friday.
Not for you.
I thought you were transitioning into weather already, Tom. Okay, boy.
Oh, I got you.
All right. Hello? I can't. I'm doing weather right now. Okay, hold on. Watch. Phone disappears.
Oh, my
Wow,
goodness.
look
How about
at
that? How about that?
You're like Siegfried and Joy.
I'm glad you did not go into that as a career. This suits you much
I
better.
used to trick or treat at Siegfried and Roy's house. True statement.
Roy, not at Joy.
No, Siegfried and Roy's house.
The
They lived
originals.
down the street from me.
Got
And
it.
for Halloween, we'd go trick or treating in my neighborhood in Las Vegas. I swear. And they handed out popcorn and candy and stuff. They were there every Halloween. It was great. So
You just had to walk past the lions?
you hear the lions. That's no joke, guys. I'm not. That's a real thing. Look it up. All right, what are we doing now? I got to do weather. 54 by 10 a.m. Brewers Hill. 69 today. This is at 2 o'clock. There's nothing magical about this except for the fact you can be in shorts and t-shirts this afternoon, even in those lower 60s in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour as well. So mid to upper 60s for your high temps today. These numbers about 10 degrees above average for this time of year. 70 in D.C., 64 in Philly, also mid 60s for you in Ocean City. So if you're flying down the ocean, VFR all day, visual flight rules, should be a great day to fly pilots. Not much wind out there. And then tonight, of course, the game. We're talking about big blackout night with the Bengals in town. 55 at kickoff at 8:15. But again, leading up to the game this afternoon and tailgating tonight, it's going to be spectacular weather, just a little cooler as you get into game time. 71 tomorrow. Numbers do drop into the 50s for Saturday and Sunday as we head into the weekend. So that's what we'll be looking at there. 7-day forecast, some showers coming in tomorrow late into early Saturday. And then by Sunday and Monday, we're drier. But we are tracking our weather for next week, which does include some big changes, and we'll talk about that 10-day in just a few.
It's all powered.
There's a lot of consideration that we have. There's a lot of consideration.
It's all powered
It's that time of year.
It's all powered by Stackla.
We're thankful.
All right. 10-day forecast, everybody. So this takes us all the way to Turkey Day. You can see him dancing around right there. Now, upper 60s today.
Is he dancing or is he nervous?
I don't know. He might be a little nervous. He might be. That's a good point, Patrice. Lower 70s tomorrow. Even with the rain that comes in tomorrow night, it's going to be brief. So it's not going to ruin your Friday night plans. Just know probably have a few showers to deal with. Saturday really is just going to be breezy and cooler. We'll have a lot of sunshine in the afternoon. Sunday, Monday look great. And then Tuesday and Wednesday, those are big travel days. And we've got a big storm that we're kind of tracking. It's mainly going to be rain. There are some of the models that want to bring a little snow to some of the mountains, but Thursday and Friday both look pretty good with Turkey Day and Black Friday, and getting close to the dunk thing for Patrice over here. I'm looking at some models that have the old S word.
You are
S
not.
word. Yeah.
Showers.
Yep. No,
hey,
not showers.
Speaking of Saturday, do you guys know what 50 Cent did when he was hungry?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Still
58. You know.
We have just enough time for these dad jokes.
Big Boy tonight performing, a real performer at halftime, M&T Bank Stadium. So
he threw some shade on 50.
Big Boy's better than 50 Cent.
No, but there's a lot, and it's all there. Ravens, go Ravens.
All right.
Go Ravens.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Victory Friday, we hope.